exactly the way Kelly taught us to fly, without hesitation, anytime, anywhere. That is moral courage. In his second tour of duty in Vietnam in 67 and 68, now Major Brady was second in command of the 54th Medical. On 6 January 1968, Pat volunteered to rescue wounded soldiers from a site in enemy-held territory which was heavily armed and blanketed with thick fog. Without hesitation, he accepted the harrowing mission, one after another, in treacherous weather, each time finding his way to the dangerous LZs to rescue the wounded. On this mission, he deliberately rolled his helicopter sideward to blow the fog away with the rotor wash, and amazingly, it worked. Pat landed where 2 other aircraft had been shot down, and many others were trying and failed to penetrate the fog. But Pat got through, with wounded American soldiers laying less than 50 meters away. Brady was the only one to get to them. And he came back. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times. 4 times, Major Brady went every single wounded American. And he kept going. On another mission, he and his crew rescued an isolated platoon of soldiers out on an enemy minefield. The mine detonated near Brady's helicopter, tearing through the aircraft and wounding 2 of his crew members. Yet he continued to fly, and he flew the wounded to their medical aid. And at the end of that day, his rendezvous with destiny, Pat had utilized 3 helicopters that had been destroyed while he was flying them to evacuate a total of 51 seriously wounded men who many would later die. The aircraft he flew that day had over 400 bullet holes. Pat flew over 2,000 combat missions in Vietnam and successfully evacuated over 5,000 wounded during his 2 tours of duty. And Pat is the only living Army veteran of Vietnam to hold both the Medal of Honor and the Distinguished Service Cross, the nation's 2nd highest award. Pat's story is incredible, simply incredible. And so is that of every Medal of Honor recipient. These stories of heroism, service, and valor must be shared, and that's exactly what this museum will do. In a memoir he penned to his daughter, Megan, a veteran herself who followed in her father's footsteps as a medical officer, Pat described the mission in Vietnam and the legacy he protected for his fellow friend and mentor, Major Kelly. And he wrote, Kelly's position was simple. The others came first. The patient came before all else. And our mission was to protect and care for them and never to abandon them. It is precisely this spirit that will fill every corridor of this museum. And we cannot truly appreciate the sacrifice of our Medal of Honor recipients unless we see the weapons they used and feel the uniforms they wear and hear the stories they told and read the letters that they wrote. We will never feel our lungs suddenly hollow from the impact of artillery and shells on a hot Civil War battlefield like Mary Walker did. You and I will never fight through the haze and the mustard gas of the Meuse-Argonne like Corporal Freddie Sowers did. We're not going to hear the whiz and the snap of Wehrmacht bullets while assaulting the last 100 yards of Omaha Beach like Private Carlton Barrett did, or know the carnage and the assault on the landings at Iwo Jima like Corporal Woody Williams did, who's sitting here in the front row. We're not going to suffer the blistering cold of the Chosin Reservoir like William Barber, United States Marine Corps did, or the sweltering humid choke of South Vietnam jungles like Bob Patterson did. And it's here in this museum that you're going to hear about Petty Officer Ed Byers in a fierce firefight, or Kyle Carpenter sitting in the front row jumping on a grenade, or Flo Groberg, who tackled a suicide bomber at almost certain death. You'll hear about Slavinsky and Swenson and Williams and all the rest of them who have served this country so proudly. But we can come here, and we can see and hear those stories. It's those stories that will document our country's bravery, that gives purpose to our entire military. It's their heroism. And why do they do it? They did it for each other. They did it for their teammates. But they also did it for you and I, and for a document called the Constitution, which is the North Star for all of us in uniform. It's that document that gives all of us purpose. It's that document that gives purpose to this museum. And we in uniform are willing to die, and our task is to pass it on to the next generation. And in it are the ideas and values that make this experiment that we call the United States of America. And we are unique amongst militaries. We don't take an oath to a king or a queen or a president. We don't take an oath to a dictator or a tyrant. We don't take an oath to an individual. We take an oath to an idea, the idea that is America. Every single one of us in uniform is willing to die for that idea. And that is what separates your military, our military, the American military, from every other military on earth. We are willing to die for an idea. And it's been true across generations, and that's going to be true on display here in this great museum. It's a portal that will connect us to our past and cast a guiding light onto our future. This museum is a monument to the very best of our country. In the front row in front of us, all of us today, are representatives of the best that is America. The unparalleled valor of those who wear the cloth of this nation, who have guarded the wall and stood on the beach, defended Americans for 246 years. That spirit, that mission, that idea, the idea that is America, is timeless. And the valor it takes to protect and defend this experiment in liberty that too will live forever right here in this museum. Thank you all, and may God bless America.
I do want to take one note of personal privilege because today is Medal of Honor Day. March 25th is Medal of Honor Day nationally. And I want to note that it was on November 15th, 1990, when President George H.W. Bush signed National Medal of Honor Day into law. So while the hero that was your father is no longer with us, his spirit lives on, and we just want to take that moment to acknowledge the Bush family for what... Soldiers, service members believe that life has meaning when it is lived for the benefit of future generations. Stories of Medal of Honor recipients and all who they served alongside inspire us to be better and to do better. A self-described reluctant soldier, Major General Patrick Henry Brady, was honored with our nation's highest military decoration for valor in 1969 from President Richard Nixon. Brady has flown more than 2,500 combat missions and rescued more than 5,000 wounded. A true patriot, he is a role model for service and for sacrifice. His openness, his humility, despite his acclaim, is inspiring. Representing our country's Medal of Honor recipients, past and present, please welcome Major General Patrick Brady.
Thank you. I just really love to hear what a fine fellow I am. I wish my wife could be here to hear what a fine fellow I am. But more than that, I wish my wife's mother could be here to hear what a fine man I am. I got to find my spontaneous remarks. Now, don't alarm, because I'm reminded of what Henry VIII said to his fifth wife: I won't keep you long. So, Mr. President, is that just getting to you? Chairman Milley, I really appreciate the General bringing out Charles Kelly, because he was an incredible man. What he did continues to serve, and his dying words, "When I have your wounded," set the standard for battlefield rescues to this day. He was an inspiration to all of us, and we're going to go to Vietnam in April, and we're going to put a memorial on the spot where that great man was killed. Now, we're often asked why we did what we did. We did it for people like the Jones family, the Goff family, Don Arnell, Annette Simmons, and the great patriots we have here today. We don't believe we did America a favor by our service and sacrifice. We believe that God did us a favor by allowing us to be born in this great country among people like you. This museum will trace our roots to Abraham Lincoln, the Civil War. On our rolls are names that will ever be a part of American history: Sergeant York, Charles Lindbergh, Douglas MacArthur, Teddy Roosevelt, Jimmy Doolittle, Eddie Rickenbacker, Mary Walker, Buffalo Bill, Audie Murphy, and of course, Pat Brady. Now, most recipients are obsessed with service. Chris, our CEO, he never stops talking about service. This museum will allow us to serve beyond our lives. It will highlight recipients' accomplishments as citizens, more important than what we did as soldiers. We are a family of Americans who not only defended our country, but we helped design and enrich it. These great blood donors to our freedom believed life has no meaning unless lived for the benefit of future generations. Now, those generations will come to learn that it was a Medal of Honor recipient who first flew solo across the Atlantic, who first flew in the clouds using a gyro that opened the skies for commercial travel, who was the first commissioner of the American Football League, who were great athletes, won a president, politicians, journalists, we had politicians, actors, builders who built our railroads, generals who fought and won our wars, one who founded our park system. And we have prisoners, as in POW and as in convict. It was a Medal of Honor recipient who composed TAPS, who founded the CIA, and on and on. And I think it was a Medal of Honor recipient who's on Mount Rushmore who spoke what should be on the door to this museum. And he said, "The lives of truest heroism are those in which there are no great deeds to look back upon. It is the little things, well done, that go out to make up a truly successful and heroic life." Heroism is interesting, but only valuable inasmuch as it is inspirational, that it inspires the value upon which this nation was built. And we will see in this museum the history of values told through our recipients. Young people will learn they can be heroes and they don't have to go to war to do it. This museum will be a vault for those values, the values embedded in this medal: courage, sacrifice, and patriotism. There's only 3, not 6. They screwed up on that airplane. These are the pillars of American excellence. Valor is finite. Values are infinite. Is there another museum anywhere in the world that ties valor and inspires to teach values? Courage, of course, is the key to success in life. It's the only way in which we are all born equal. Faith is the foundation of courage. Fear is an emotion. Courage is a decision. Fear is actually a form of slavery, as we have seen. I've never known anyone with enduring, repetitive courage who was not also a person of faith. And you're going to find that, and I have found through these many years, that faith is very, very prominent among our recipients. Sacrifice, love and action, vital to happiness and leadership. And I believe that the capacity for sacrifice may be the ultimate measure of genuine human goodness. Patriotism. Many recipients would rather be called patriots than heroes. We realize that the medal we wear more because of the mercy and grace of Almighty God and the goodwill and support of our fellow troops than for anything we did as we struggled through the mist and the mess of combat. We know that what we did to earn the medal is less important than what we do with it. It does not make us special, but it does allow us to do special things, and there is nothing we have ever done that's more special than this museum. The bottom line is America cannot survive if our people are not patriots. This museum will inspire patriotism. It can change America. Strength is the key to peace, and there is no strength without our patriots. Peace is the ultimate victory of all warriors. And I think patriotism is best illustrated by a story we tell of a dear friend of mine. You guys get ready for a war story? You know the difference between a war story and a fairy tale? Fairy tale begins once upon a time. War story begins with "this is no shit." Webster was a great, powerful black soldier, an artillery sergeant. He was on a hill in Vietnam, an outpost, during a tropical storm. And the initial attack by the communists, they pretty much took off both his legs. Webster kept fighting. The initial attack, the secondary attack, they threw a hand grenade into his position, and Webster, when he was throwing it clear of his men, it pretty much took off his arm. He kept fighting. I flew in that night, and I picked up what was left of Webster and his wounded and took him to the hospital. Amazing. They saved his life, but they did not save 2 legs and 1 arm. but it also earned the Medal of Honor. Webster and I became very close, and we would go about the country as all recipients do, talking to young people. And we were in a classroom in Oklahoma talking to some young people, and one young man raised his hand and he says, "Mr. Anderson, knowing what you know now, that it would cost you 2 legs and 1 arm, would you do it again?" And Webster, we had to prop him up there. He insisted on standing up when he was talking to the troops. He says, "Young man, I've only got 1 arm left, but my country can have it any time they want." Now, if that didn't embed in those young people what patriotism is all about, I don't know what will. And by the way, it's a great thrill for me today to be able to introduce to all of you Webster's nephew. This young man was raised by Webster after the war. Webster inspired him, as we hope our recipients will do, to a life of military service. And he's here with his wife, Kathy. Stand up, Brian Freeman. Okay, God bless you guys. Get this damn thing done. We don't buy green bananas anymore.
Many who receive the Medal of Honor made the ultimate sacrifice. The medal is awarded to them posthumously and presented by the President of the United States to parents, spouses, or even children of the fallen. Those unknowns who lay down their lives for freedom are also recipients of the Medal of Honor. We would also like to acknowledge Medal of Honor families, specifically those who represent recipients who are no longer with us. Many of these families are sharing their treasures with us by graciously contributing medals and other precious objects to the museum collection. Each of these items will help tell the full life story of their incredible loved ones. Today, to honor these fallen patriots, we welcome from Marine Barracks, Washington, D.C., the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Marine Corps Silent Drill Platoon.
For most National Medal of Honor recipients, service did not end on the battlefield. Those who came home continued to serve their country, communities, and families, reminding us that what we do in a single moment of trial is indeed important, but how we live every day is what truly matters. Through this museum and the National Medal of Honor Institute housed on these same grounds, Medal of Honor recipients will continue to serve long after they are gone. Their legacies will provide examples of character and lessons in leadership, transforming all who they encounter.
The National Medal of Honor Museum is on a mission to inspire the United States of America, and this, of course, begins with the next generation. We invited students from 6th through 12th grades throughout the country to write essays about what it means to live honorably and why we need people of honor in this world. Riley Gould is a junior at Fairland High School in Proctorville, Ohio. She and her mother join us today to share in this moment and share her winning essay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Riley Gould.
Hello. All right. When I am asked who I hold in high honor, my first thought is always the courageous, brave veterans. They risk their livelihood to protect the people of America. Honor to me is a necessity to give veterans. The soldiers of this country risk everything and die for the sake of the American people. My cousin, Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock, was a Green Beret for the American Army. He was assigned to 1st Battalion, 19th Special Forces Group. Matthew went back into gunfire to allow a helicopter to land and save his injured team members. In that moment, he became selfless. Honor to me is especially important because of this. I watched as the country mourned the death of my family member. January 5th, 2016 forever changed my view on what honor meant to me and how it affected my everyday life. Because of what Matthew did, we were protected. Society needs honorable people to keep us protected. Without veterans and other honorable people, society would not recognize the importance of honor and what it means to be honorable. There is risk, selflessness, liability, danger, and love involved with honor. Society needs and will continue to need noble people to keep the peace. The self-sacrifice needed to be considered honorable is indescribable. My mother, Rebecca McClintock, works for a veteran hospital and shares with me the many stories of the brave veterans who stop and talk to her. She tells me that the veterans, if given the opportunity, would not change the fact that they went into the service. Our troops deserve so much for the amount of benevolence and generosity they possess. I would like to personally thank every single veteran for their sacrifice and let them know the honor they hold in my heart. We will forever be grateful.
We are a nation of values. They are the foundation of who we are and what we are always working harder to be. The Medal of Honor symbolizes the timeless American ideals of courage and sacrifice, commitment and integrity, citizenship and patriotism. At the National Medal of Honor Museum, these values will be celebrated and be a beacon of inspiration for generations to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you.
It's too hot to applaud too much. Riley, thank you for your words. If there's any doubt about our nation forgetting the sacrifices of people like Matthew, put it out of your mind, because that's what we're here to celebrate. I appreciate General Milley for being here. It's a big deal when that many stars show up. I also want to thank Admiral Kidman, General Martin, appreciate your service, and welcome to the other Arlington. That would be Texas. And if you think the Pentagon was big, just walk across the street to AT&T. Charlotte, I want to thank you and the board of directors and the funders for the work you've done to help build this museum. I congratulate you on choosing Chris Cassidy to lead it. Most of you don't know who Chris Cassidy is, and frankly, I didn't either until I met him. But he saw combat in Afghanistan as a SEAL. He became NASA's 14th chief astronaut. You know, I'm not so sure what's more impressive about him. Those two credentials are the fact that he had survived an interview with Charlotte Jones. I want to thank members of Congress, distinguished guests, Tapper, who I hadn't seen in a long time. Laura and I are proud to join you. I bring greetings from my fellow honorary directors. I'm a little hesitant to put words in their mouths, but I'm confident if Presidents Carter, Clinton, and Obama were here, they would tell you that presenting the Medal of Honor is one of the great privileges of being president. President Harry Truman said he'd rather have earned the Medal of Honor than be the commander-in-chief. And I think General Brady was probably there to hear him say that. It's the highest military decoration a president can confer. It's awarded for gallantry in the face of danger, actions above and beyond the call of duty, and courage so great that no one could rightly expect to muster. The tradition of awarding this honor began in the Civil War. Many who received it gave their lives. Today, the families who are here, Laura and I ask for God's blessings, continued blessings on you. 15 of the living members are here. I want to thank you all for being here and thank you for continued work. When you look at the Medal of Honor recipient, you're looking at someone who has demonstrated gallantry under impossible odds. You're looking at someone who's placed duty above self. You're looking at someone who understands the meaning of sacrifice in the most profound way. And you're looking at a person of integrity, fortitude, and patriotism. You're looking at honor. And these values must be preserved, protected, and passed on to future generations. And that is why the National Medal of Honor Museum is so important. During my time in office, I had the privilege of presiding over 9 Medal of Honor ceremonies. You know, I really don't miss much about being president. I mean, I miss being pampered. Air Force One, constant desserts. But I tell you what Laura and I miss. We miss being with the military and their families. That's why at SMU we spend a lot of time helping our vets transition from military life to civilian life, with a particular emphasis on post-traumatic stress and traumatic brain injuries. But one of the cool things about hanging out with vets is you get to meet some extraordinary ones, and 2 of the Medal of Honor recipients who are here today, I got to know. Salvatore junta. 2003, Sal was getting ready to graduate from John F. Kennedy High in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, when he heard they were giving away T-shirts at the Army recruiting post. Sal decided to forego the T-shirt and wear our uniform. As he said, "This is my chance and I can make a difference," and he was right. During Sal's first deployment in Afghanistan in 2005, he got shot in the leg. In 2007, he went back to Afghanistan, and that's where his unit came under fire from insurgent forces. The squad leader got hit, and Sal charged forward toward the ambush and rescued him. He administered medical relief while taking on fire and engaging the enemy. After he got his squad leader to safety, he rushed back toward the fight to save more wounded Americans. For putting his brothers in arms above his own safety, he received the Medal of Honor. We met a few years ago at the Bush Institute's Warrior Open Golf Tournament. He's got a decent swing, but clearly he's more skilled at shooting a rifle than he is hitting a golf ball. Sal continues to serve our nation today in a perilous post. He recently went back to school and graduated with a degree in supply chain management. Proud to be with you, Sal, and thank you for your service. Florent Groberg is here. It's kind of hard to call a man Florent after he has won the Medal of Honor. So I just went with Flo. That'd be F-L-O-W. He grew up outside of Paris, France, and came to the United States at age 11. In other words, he wasn't born in this country. He embraced our country. He worked hard. He excelled in academics and athletics. And after graduating from the University of Maryland, he enlisted in the U.S. Army. Following the 9/11 attacks, there was no other choice for me, he said. Flo completed airborne ranger schools, deployed to Afghanistan with the 4th ID as the platoon leader. August 8, 2012, a suicide bomber approached Captain Groberg's formation, which included several high-ranking military officials. Flo ran straight at the threat. He pushed the bomber away from the group before the bomb could detonate. His selfless courage saved the lives of members of his group, including the colonel he had been assigned to protect. The explosion severely wounded him and several of his comrades. To this day, Flo wears a bracelet with the names of the 4 souls who did not survive the attack. When he received the Medal of Honor at the White House, he asked President Obama to recognize those individuals and invite their families. The brotherhood could not be broken. He wakes up every morning thinking about them. He's a reminder that many of our greatest citizens and most distinguished service members were not born in the United States. Some 3,500 individuals have been recognized with the Medal of Honor. More than 700 of those medals have gone to immigrants. When I recently painted Flo's portrait, by the way, it's a face only a mother could love. I painted a man I'm proud to call my fellow American. By sharing the stories of men like Flo and Sal, this museum will give Americans a deeper understanding of what's important: patriotism, courage, duty, and service. Visitors will come away with a new appreciation of what it means to sacrifice and what it means to live in a free land. You know, during these turbulent times, people ask me, am I worried? And my answer is no. I'm optimistic about the future, because for so long as we emulate the virtue and the character of the people we honor, we're going to be just fine. And that's what the National Museum of Honor does. It emulates excellence. I want to thank you all for being here. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Annapolis, Maryland, the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club.
Skies forever waves of
From the bravest of the brave, whom we honor with this mission, to the generous supporters, founders, and the leaders who have breathed life into this dream, to the families who have entrusted their keepsakes and treasures to these collections, and to our honorary directors who served our nation as commanders-in-chief, thank you all for being here today. With this action, we continue the enduring work of inspiring America and creating a more perfect union. Ladies and gentlemen, on this 25th day of March, in the very heart of our incredible nation, we now set hand to shovel and break ground on this historic project.
discuss that is Oscars expert Tariq Khan. Tariq, thanks so much for being with us. You follow the Oscars so closely. We know last year was very, very different because of the pandemic. But let's get into some of the major categories. I'm going to put up on our screen for our viewers the tweets from the Academy's Twitter account announcing the nominations in February. We're starting off with Best Actor in a Supporting Role, and here are the nominees there. We have Ciarán Hinds for Belfast, Troy Kotsur for Coda, Jesse Plemons for The Power of the Dog, J.K. Simmons for Bean, The Ricardos, and Cody Smith-McPhee for The Power of the Dog. What say you about this particular category?
Okay, Andrew, great to see you. Happy Oscar weekend. And in this category, it's a slam dunk. The Oscar will go to Troy Kotsur in Coda. He's a real-life actor who happens to be deaf. He plays the father in a family of mostly deaf members in Coda, and is just fantastic. It's a classic scene-stealing performance like Brad Pitt in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood and Sam Rockwell in 3 Billboards Outside Ebbing, Missouri, performances that have won this category in recent years. He won the Screen Actors Guild Award, then the Critics' Choice Award, and most recently the British Academy Award. This is one of the best places to honor Coda in a major category. So despite some good competition, I think Kotsur has the Oscar in the bag. Again, he'll be the second deaf actor to win an acting Oscar. The first was his co-star Marlee Matlin, who won for Children of Lesser God. So when Troy Kotsur wins, it'll be a great moment. Be sure to tune in.
And we definitely will be. That would be quite historic. Of course, Marlee Matlin is in the film as well, in Coda. Isn't that right?
That's right. No, she was not nominated for supporting actress. So that was a bit of a surprise because she was terrific. But of course, she has the Oscar already.
Right.
She won a 1986 film. So she'll be very happy to see her co-star Troy Kotsur win. And again, Andrew, I can assure you that he will win. You can bet the house on that one.
All right. Let's head out to the next category, Best Actress in a Supporting Role. Here are the nominees for that. We have Jessie Buckley in The Lost Daughter, Ariana DeBose in West Side Story, Judi Dench in Belfast, Kirsten Dunst, The Power of the Dog, and Janu Ellis in King Richard. Who are you thinking for this one? Some really new names that might not be well known to some people who watch this.
You know, that's right, Andrew. This is fascinating. 60 years ago on Oscar night, Rita Moreno won this category for Best Supporting Actress, playing the classic role of Anita in West Side Story. And history is going to repeat itself when Ariana DeBose wins this award for playing the same character in the same film. This, of course, is Steven Spielberg's presentation of West Side Story. She's received wonderful reviews, a great performance, a great role, a lot of energy, a lot of electricity to the performance. She, too, has swept all the precursors. Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild Award, British Academy Award. West Side Story is a strong Best Picture nominee with 7 nominations, and it's likely to lose in the top categories. No Best Picture, no Best Director. This is its best chance to win in a major category, so Ariana DeBose gets it. It'll be a great night for her, and I think a real star-making moment, so something to watch out for.
Now, some would say that this is Kirsten Dunst's moment. You don't think that's going to happen?
You know, I'm afraid not. This is her first nomination. She's had a great career. Remember her breakout performance in 1994's Interview with a Vampire. She got a kiss Brad Pitt on screen, and she's been working steadily ever since. Her first nomination, good performance, but not quite strong enough. And again, all the precursors have gone to Ariana DeBose, so it's a highly unlikely that we'll see any kind of surprise in this category.
All right, Tariq, let's get into some of the other male acting categories we have, the best acting categories. Actor in a leading role here, Javier Bardem in Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield, Tick, Tick, Boom, Will Smith, King Richard, and Denzel Washington, The Tragedy of Macbeth. That is a powerhouse of a list of nominees there in the best actor category. It's really hard to pick. Who do you think?
Okay, well, you know, I tell you what, before I say the name, he's one of the biggest stars in the world. He's battled aliens, cowboys, robots. He's a legend, if you know what I mean. The question here is, can Will Smith finally become an Oscar winner? This is his 3rd nomination. He's never won. His first bid came 20 years ago for playing the title role in Ali. He was nominated again 5 years later for The Pursuit of Happiness. And I dare say that finally his pursuit of Oscar will be successful when he accepts the statuette for his performance in King Richard. Rapturous reviews. He's just just fantastic. He plays the father of tennis legends Venus and Serena Williams in the picture, and best reviews of his career. He's swept all the precursors, the Golden Globe, Critics' Choice, Screen Actors Guild. He even beat out hometown favorite Benedict Cumberbatch at the recent British Academy Awards. That's a pretty good sign. King Richard is a strong Best Picture contender, 6 nominations, including categories like original screenplay, film editing, song, supporting actress. This is its best chance to win a major category. So Will Smith, I think I'm pretty confident here that he will walk away with the Academy Award. It's a moment, a long time in the making, a wonderful career he's had, and Will Smith, a legend, will become an Oscar-winning legend. So congratulations to Mr. Smith.
And there are some actors in the category there who have already won the Golden Statuette. Isn't that right?
That's right. Of course, Denzel Washington, who actually beat out Will Smith 20 years ago when he went for Training Day over Will Smith and Ali. He has 2 Oscars for both Glory and Training Day. This is actually his 9th nomination. He's been in pursuit of that 3rd Oscar, but looks like this will not be his year. And he'll be happy, though, to see his friend Will Smith accept the statuette. Just a great performance.
All right, let's get into the Best Actress category here. In a leading role, some really powerhouse performances there. Jessica Chastain, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. Olivia Colman, again, The Lost Daughter. Penelope Cruz in The Parallel Mothers. Nicole Kidman being The Ricardos. And Kristen Stewart in Spencer. What powerhouse performances there, and especially Olivia Colman. It seems like she's always in this category every year, at least for the last several years.
That's right. You know, this is Coleman's 3rd nomination in just 4 years. She pulled off a major shocker 4 years ago when she won for The Favorite, beating out the favorite Glenn Close in The Wife. That was, again, one of the biggest upsets in recent memory. I dare say, though, at this point now, she looks like she can probably sit this one out. But again, like you said, Andrew, there are some big names playing some big roles. We have Nicole Kidman as Lucille Ball in Being the Ricardos, Kristen Stewart as Lady Diana in Spencer, and, of course, Jessica Chastain playing the title role in The Eyes of Tammy Faye as the late Tammy Faye Baker Mesner. Andrew, I'm going to give you a bit of a scoop. You know, if our viewers here read my annual Oscar predictions article on FoxNews.com, I read that this was likely a Chastain's role award to lose. Terrific performance. It's a classic Oscar role. You know, she's playing the role of person. She's physically performed on screen. She won the Screen Actors Guild Award. She's a great actress. Her 3rd nomination, never won. But something's happened in recent days. We've been polling Oscar voters, myself and other Oscar pundits, and we're hearing a lot of support for Penelope Cruz in Parallel Mothers. You know, it's, of course, a foreign language film from acclaimed director Pedro Almodovar. He's, of course, beloved in the film industry. And it seems like there's always one big surprise at the Oscars in an acting category. And with the other categories, I think, sewn up here, I think Best Actress could be the place. Again, Chastain is the odds-on favorite, but I think we're going to see a big shocker when Penelope Cruz, when her name is called out and she accepts the Oscar for Best Actress in Parallel Mothers. It'll be a really wild moment, but I think one which might happen. So stick around for the end of the show because that's something to watch out for.
Now, Tarek, let's talk about the show itself before we get into the Best Picture category, because we know that they will not be reading out in the live telecast some of the other categories that might not be as, highly anticipated or well known. What do you think what's your opinion on that? Do you think that's a mistake, especially for movie lovers everywhere? Why did they do that this year?
Andrew, I'm so glad that you asked that because every movie fan in the world has been asking that question. You know, this is the Oscars. There's 23 categories. It's a tradition to present all of them on the show, and there are 8 categories that won't be on. Now, that includes the shorts, live-action short film, animated short film, documentary short subject. I know not much interest there, but they're also presenting categories before the show in important fields like production design, sound, score, film editing. I mean, what movie can be done without a film editor, right? But they won't have their proper moment in the sun. And many people in the industry have criticized this decision. Steven Spielberg himself said this was the wrong move to make. They did it in an effort in order to, I think, shorten the show, make it more appealing to viewers. But unfortunately, they've actually alienated a lot of Oscar's biggest fans. Some say they're going to boycott the show, not watch it at all. And the show, meanwhile, they're putting in other things that aren't really necessary. Like there was a presentation, a performance of the song from Encanto, We Need to Talk About Bruno. I mean, a great song, but it's not even nominated. So why put in something that's not even a contender and take out the awards when the show is the Academy Awards? So I feel like it's a mistake. Most people in the industry feel like it's a mistake, and I hope that they learn their lesson this year when it backfires, and next year we get the full show and all 23 awards like we're used to.
Yeah, and Tarek, speaking of something they kind of go back and forth on as well, and that is the number of movies that are up for Best Picture. Some years it's 5, some years it's 8. For the past several years, it's been 10 movies in the Best Picture category. And we can get into kind of the rhyme or reason why they do that, but let's talk about them. Right now, we're going to put them up on the screen. 10 of them. So we have Belfast, Coda, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, Dune, West Side Story, The Power of the Dog, Nightmare Alley, Licorice Pizza, and King Richard as well. So that's a lot to choose from, but of course, there is one that has been sweeping up award season.
That's right, Andrew. And let me ask you this. What film are you referring to? I just want to be certain we're on the same page here. So what film are you talking about?
Oh, sure. I'm talking about The Power of the Dog.
That's right. Okay, very good. The Power of the Dog has been doing very well this award season. It won the Golden Globe Award, won the Critics' Choice Award, won the British Academy Award, and until about 2 weeks ago, it was widely seen as the Oscar favorite, probably unbeatable for Best Picture of the Year. But something has happened very quickly. The film which just has 3 nominations. The Power of the Dog has 12. Coda won the Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Cast in a Motion Picture. It then won the Writers Guild Award for Best Original Screenplay. And then in a major upset last weekend, it won the Producers Guild of America Award for Best Picture of the Year. That's often seen as a very good bellwether for the Oscar for Best Picture. And in the past week, the odds have dramatically shifted from The Power of the Dog to Coda. On the website Gold Jury, which attracts the awards, they have numerous experts, including myself, and now the overwhelming majority of the experts are predicting Coda to win the Best Picture Oscar. It's really crazy. But Andrew, I should caution you that people should actually not expect that to happen. Again, Coda has just 3 nominations, and importantly, no directing nomination and no film editing nomination. And in Oscar history, since the editing category has been introduced, no film has ever won Best Picture without nominations in both directing and editing. So that's a big hurdle to overcome. And also, you know, The Power of the Dog has 12 nominations. Coda has 3. They use a preferential ballot. So it's the film that has the most high-ranking votes across the board. We have to assume with 12 nominations in all the key categories, I mean, directing, writing, acting, screenwriting, all the various technical categories as well, The Power of the Dog will outpower Coda on the preferential ballot and do better. And in Oscar history, no film with a 9 nomination deficit, which Coda has ever won the Best Picture Oscar. So again, the odds-on favorite made here right now is Coda. But again, I think Power of the Dog has gone from underdog and will become top dog when it accepts the Oscar for Best Picture of 2021. Again, it's a cliffhanger. Most people will say Coda, but I do think it's Power of the Dog.
You have such deep institutional knowledge and history of the Oscars. We know last year, Tarek, was so different because of the pandemic. There was no host. The nominees were in masks. And frankly, and this is my opinion, I thought the performance and the telecast was really disjointed. What are we going to expect on Sunday night? We know that it will be a full house, I presume. We won't see masks, I don't think. And there will be 3 hosts. And who are they?
That's right. That's right. 3 hosts. For the past 2 years, the show has been without a host. This year, they have a combination of actors Regina Hall, Wanda Sykes, and Amy Schumer. I mean, 2 of those are really best known for their work as comedians, but have done films as well. And I think it was an effort to sort of shake things up, do something different, attract, a younger audience. And, we'll see how it goes. They're all very talented women, all very, very funny. If the writing is good, I think the chemistry could be there. And, it could be a, really, really fun show. So I'm looking forward to them. Wish them the best of luck. Although I must say that I'm kind of a fan of like the classic Oscar hosts, Bob Hope and Billy Crystal, even Steve Martin. I think they all did, great jobs as sort of having fun with the audience. But I want to give them a chance. And, there's a lot of concern that the Oscar ratings keep going down. I dare say that given the contenders this year, there's so many indie films. There's no big films like, Titanic or films like, The Godfather, Schindler's List, big, massive hits that have done well in the years past. So with films like Power of the Dog and Belfast and Coda, not much reason for people to really tune in who haven't seen the movies. But again, I think it should be an okay show. Definitely improvement from last year. I know that's not saying much. And again, hopefully these 3 young women will do well, and they'll make the most of the show and the best it can possibly be. So fingers crossed for them and all of us watching.
All right, Tarek Khan, we always appreciate it. I've only made my way, I think now I was counting through 4 of the 10 Best Picture nominees. So I have my work cut out for me this weekend. But as always, we'll talk to you again. Thanks, Tarek.
Andrew, thanks so much, sir.
Ginny Thomas, the wife of Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, may be getting caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. The Washington Post going ahead and reporting texts from Thomas to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows were part of a number of documents turned over to Congress as part of the investigation. To bring us more about this story, I want to bring in Fox 5's Sharon Crowley. And Sharon, this was a major development amid these confirmation hearings this week.
Yeah, it certainly is. Ginny Thomas, who of course is married to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, sent text messages to then the White House Chief of Staff under former President Donald Trump. And it was clear she wanted to see former President Donald Trump have a second term. That is the nature of the text messages. And there are more than 24 of them. And now those text messages are part of a congressional investigation into the Capitol riots.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas's wife Ginny finding herself caught up in the probe of the January 6th Capitol riots. Ginny Thomas, a conservative activist, has long been a vocal supporter of former President Donald Trump. The Washington Post reports Ginny Thomas sent to then White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows about 24 text messages that are now part of an ongoing congressional investigation into the January 6th insurrection. She reportedly texted Meadows multiple times, urging him to overturn the election results in the weeks after Joe Biden was declared the winner. Ginny Thomas also recently admitted to being at the pro-Trump rally held before protesters stormed the Capitol, but she says she played no role in planning the events of that day.
There are many lawsuits, some of which have already reached the Supreme Court, but more are on the way, that revolve around the January 6th insurrection. And judges are supposed to be impartial in judging any issue, including this one.
Alan Sanders is an associate professor emeritus of political science at St. Peter's University.
When an issue reaches the Supreme Court in a matter that either the justice or his or her spouse has been personally involved, then it seems quite clear that at that point, whether or not the justice would be fair or not in the matter, but for the appearance of justice, it's quite clear that the justice should recuse himself or herself.
Sanders says while no law may have been broken, the optics of a Supreme Court justice's spouse being entangled in this type of investigation simply doesn't look good.
This is a very concerning matter, and it's one that raises questions about the impartiality of the court and about the impartiality of Justice Thomas himself.
Now, we should point out that there is no evidence that in any of those text messages that were sent that there's any mention of Justice Clarence Thomas. And also the congressional committee that is investigating the Capitol riots has not asked to speak to Ginny Thomas, the justice's wife, of course. They did want to speak to Mark Meadows, the former White House Chief of Staff, and he was found in contempt of Congress, if you will, because he refused to cooperate.
And are we hearing from Thomas about this? He's had kind of a rough week. He just got released from the hospital. What's his reaction?
Yeah, they said he was just released from the hospital with an infection, but wasn't COVID. But he is on the mend. He is not actually commenting on this, but we have learned a little bit more about what might have been in those text messages. And it's my understanding that Ginny Thomas was emphatic with Mark Meadows, wanted Trump to have a second term and urged him, even after the November elections, not to concede. She really wanted Meadows to get that message to Trump. So the idea that she's always been a supporter of Trump's and a very conservative activist. So that part wasn't surprising, but the idea that now she's embroiled in this and those text messages are part of evidence.
Yeah, and I want to get into the nature of those text messages in a second, but we're not hearing from Thomas himself, but we're hearing from Senator McConnell. I want to read out what he has said. He says, Justice Thomas is a great American and an outstanding justice. I have total confidence in his brilliance and impartiality in every aspect of the work of the court. So a Republican, of course, speaking in favor of Justice Thomas.
Yes, and in fact, it's likely that he will recuse himself. There's already a number of lawsuits that have made it to the High Court, to the Supreme Court, and more are likely to be coming in the next couple of months. And so it's pretty certain that Justice Thomas, when he's recovered and back on the bench, if you will probably recuse himself from anything that his wife was involved with. And they have that authority. There's no rule that, they have to do that. It's really to their discretion, but it's likely he will.
Yeah, and so let's go back into those texts. Explain the urgency behind these texts to Meadows.
Yeah, well, there are about 24 text messages that Ginny Thomas sent to the former White House Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, and they came between November of 2020 and into January of 2021, right and around the Capitol riots. And she's really pressing him to make sure that Trump doesn't concede. She wants to do whatever can be done to try to overturn the results of the election. So she was really pushing what many have called the big lie.
And of course, legal experts saying that he likely will recuse himself from any of these cases concerning January 6th. But did they say anything about coming out and making a statement? Would that be smart for Thomas to do in these circumstances?
You know, I highly doubt it. And I say I don't have any inside track into Justice Clarence Thomas, but I can tell you it is highly unlikely. They are much more likely to say less than more on any case, especially ongoing investigations, and especially because there are so many lawsuits before the high court having to do with January 6th. He wouldn't want to do anything that would jeopardize a case that's already pending one way or another, even if he plans to recuse himself.
Right. Sharon, quite the bombshell to be coming out during the confirmation hearings for Judge Jackson.
Judge Jackson, yeah.
Right?
No, and I covered those every day, every hour, the long, grueling hours that Judge Jackson faced. And she's already said that she's going to recuse herself from a case involving Harvard University and affirmative action, because, of course, she went to Harvard University and Harvard University Law School, and she sits on a Harvard University board right now. So she's already saying, if she's confirmed, that she would recuse herself. So I expect that Justice Clarence Thomas would do the same thing in this case.
No doubt. Any last thoughts on confirmation hearings and this story as well?
Oh, on Judge Jackson?
Yep.
Yeah, I think that because the Democrats have the majority, that even if she gets no Republican support, that she will certainly sail through this, even if you can call it sailing after what she's been through this week, but because they have the tie-breaking vote if they need, but with the vice president. But there may be some Republicans, Lisa Murkowski, there may be some Republican senators who decide to put their support behind her, because everybody's watching. Everybody's going to be watching the vote. We do expect it to happen before Easter, before April 17th. They're hoping to get this one through quickly and quietly, and especially because a lot of Republicans voted for her to get her a position on the federal appeals court circuit before this. Senator Lindsey Graham, though, may not be one. He supported her in the past, but it doesn't look like he's going to back her this go.
Right. We're hearing maybe 2 or 3 Republican senators could vote in favor of her. Senator McConnell, though, on the floor is saying explicitly, no, I will not be voting for her. So McConnell being outspoken about all these stories today concerning.
He certainly is.
Yes, no doubt. Sharon Curley, thank you so much covering all of the Supreme Court news. We appreciate it.
Yep, that's right. Okay, thanks so much.
All right, talk to you soon. Have a good weekend.
with.
Without objection.
Yesterday, I said I hoped the second day of Judge Jackson's responses would provide more clarity on some vital questions. Unfortunately, the nominee's answers trended the other way. Regarding the court as an institution, the nominee continued to reject the examples of Justice Ginsburg and Breyer. She refused to denounce partisan court packing. On judicial philosophy, the judge continued to deflect actually basic questions. The lack of candor is especially troubling since the president sentenced a nominee with no meaningful written record on constitutional matters. For more than 8 of Judge Jackson's 9 years on the federal bench, she was a trial judge on the district court. As the nominee herself explained on Tuesday, that role neither requires a particular talent for constitutional interpretation, nor gives judges much of a chance to exhibit one. She deflected a question about judicial philosophy by explaining that such questions do not often occur to her on the lower court. District court records alone shed little light on what kind of Supreme Court justice someone might be. Now, Judge Jackson's current post on the D.C. Circuit is a much closer analog. The problem is she's held that position for less than a year and has only published 2 opinions. Justice Gorsuch had authored 212 circuit court opinions before he was nominated to the Supreme Court. Justice Kavanaugh had written 306. Senators had an unbelievably wealth of writings to examine. As for Justice Barrett, in just 3 years on the 7th Circuit, she had already written 91 appellate opinions, not to mention her many academic writings on constitutional law. Judge Jackson has written a total of 2 circuit court opinions, just 2. The only real body of evidence before the Senate is her record as a trial judge. Like I mentioned, those rulings communicate very little about a judge's approach to big picture questions of interpretation. But to make matters worse, Judge Jackson declined to answer basic questions about those rulings. Senators asked about clear patterns in the judge's criminal sentencing decisions. The nominee deflected by saying every case is unique. So senators tried to examine one case at a time. Then the nominee said she couldn't recall details. So senators tried to supply the details. Then the nominee stonewalled and said no one case can fully capture a judge's record. This made up an endless circle of evasion. Judge Jackson wouldn't address broad patterns in her rulings because she said it was unfair for senators to zoom out, and she wouldn't discuss specific cases because she said it was unfair for senators to zoom in. Since the only real body of evidence before the Senate is Judge Jackson's trial records, senators asked why she consistently imposed weak sentences for certain crimes. The nominee then ducked the question over and over. She blamed Congress for giving her that discretion in the first place. Both the nominee and Chairman Durbin kept repeating that if senators wanted to guarantee harsher penalties, we could mandate them. That's true, but it's a non sequitur. Senators wanted to know why Judge Jackson used the discretion she actually did have in the specific ways she chose to use it. The senators were trying to understand what this nominee does with discretion when she has it. But again, the nominee would not answer. She kept blaming the mere existence of her discretion for her decisions to go soft on criminals, when she could have just as easily used that discretion to be tough. We basically had a nominee saying that if senators want me to be tough on crime, you'll have to change the law to force me to do it. In several egregious instances, from child exploitation to fentanyl trafficking, the nominee used especially unusual and creative legal moves that stretch the bounds of the judicial role. In the nominee's own words, she simply has a, quote, policy disagreement, end quote, with parts of the sentencing law. Evidently, the judge's personal policy views change how she applies the law. Finally, I understand some Democratic senators held a press conference yesterday to complain that Republican questions were too tough. Of course, nobody could have less credibility to police the fine details of confirmation hearings than our Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee. The last 48 hours were a dry and friendly legal seminar compared to the circus that Democrats inflicted on the country just a few years back. The American people know it is not asking too much to ask a federal judge legal questions about her record. I just wish the Senate had gotten more answers. Now, on a different matter, today President Biden is overseas, meeting with America's closest European allies as Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine enters its second month. He is engaging with a Europe that's been profoundly changed. NATO allies have watched a neighbor invaded by an aggressive Russia. Some, like Germany, are ending 30 years of post-Cold War neglect for military modernization and energy security. I'm glad that, as I urged last week, the President's itinerary will include not just Western Europe, but also Poland. His presence on the eastern flank will send an important message. Of course, the most concrete way to support Ukraine is with greater commitments of lethal aid. Ukrainian forces can win this fight. Let me say that again. Ukrainian forces can win this fight, but they need more weapons, more ammunition, more fuel, and they need it all as fast as possible. The allies and partners who are helping equip Ukraine also need replenishing their own arsenals. But the fight has highlighted shortcomings in both our current stockpiles of critical weapons and munitions and our industrial capacity to produce more quickly. As other NATO members wake up to the importance of long-term investments in defense, America should lead by example. We have to meet the military requirements that come from being a superpower facing growing threats to our global interests. Sustained increases in defense spending, deeper inventories of critical weapon systems and munitions, less red tape, work with industry to make our development and production systems more nimble. This will not only help us meet the growing requirements of our military, but also ensure we can be a reliable supplier of weapons and munitions to our allies and our partners. As the Washington Post reported just yesterday, recent events have caught our defense industrial base napping. Here was the quote from the Post. Weapons manufacturers weren't geared up to make anti-tank and anti-aircraft arms at a wartime pace. While the U.S. had 13,000 Stingers in its stockpile before the invasion, there were no plans to produce more en masse. Militaries in Europe that have given their Stingers and anti-tank missiles to Ukraine now want to refill depleted stocks, creating competition for new units rolling off the assembly line, end quote. So President Biden already has real power to address this himself. The Defense Production Act was created during a period of tense competition with Russia to bolster production of critical military supplies, the exact circumstance we're in right now. Ironically, the far left has demanded the president invoke the Defense Production Act for everything but its central purpose. They don't want to use the Defense Production Act to bolster defenses, but rather to force taxpayer money into renewable energy schemes that are not ready for prime time. Democrats should be using the Defense Production Act to literally produce more defenses, but they want instead to use it to spin up some more cylinders. Of course, the real solution for global energy concerns is not throwing money into finicky technologies that themselves rely on Russian and Chinese supply chains. It's to unshackle U.S. energy producers. We can help meet Europe's needs by increasing American crude and LNG exports. But our European friends will have to make necessary sacrifices to wean themselves off of reliance on Russia. Putin's war of aggression reminds us the so-called international order is not self-enforcing. The relative Pax Americana that's lasted for the better part of a century does not sustain itself automatically. American leadership remains in very high demand. Putin's unprovoked war has further discredited the small pockets in both of our political parties who want America to pull back from the world stage, who excuse the behavior of tyrants, who think it would be prudent and sensible to cede vast spheres of influence to Russia and China. There's nothing remotely prudent or sensible about handing over entire regions of the world to these thugs. The national security interests of the United States never stopped at our own borders, and they certainly do not today. We are a superpower with worldwide interests requiring a worldwide presence and a worldwide network of allies and partners. American power will not preserve itself. American security will not protect itself. American interests will not uphold themselves, and America's partners will not lead themselves. This awesome responsibility falls on the shoulders of the President of the United States, the leader of the free world. President Biden has an opportunity as soon as he returns from Europe to begin charting the right course for America and the West. On Monday, his administration will submit its budget request for the next fiscal year. We will see if the president finally commits to investing in a future of strong American leadership. Our global challenges are not partisan issues. There are American issues. I sincerely hope that the Commander-in-Chief of our armed forces submits a defense budget request that reflects this reality. The world is dangerous and getting smaller. America must not shrink from the challenge, but rise and meet it.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The Majority Leader.
Well, it was another busy and productive evening here on the Senate floor. Yesterday, we confirmed another 6 judges to important positions on the federal bench, and all of them, I'm happy to say, with bipartisan support. We now have confirmed 56 judges under this Democratic Senate majority. And I thank my colleagues for their patience and for keeping the pace moving here on the floor last night. There are 2 judges I'm especially proud to have confirmed. First, we confirmed Hector Gonzalez to serve as a district judge for the Eastern District of New York. Mr. Gonzalez is a most deserving, most qualified, and most inspiring individual to serve as a judge. Born in Cuba, raised in Queens, he's the embodiment of the American dream. We also finally confirmed a judge who has inspired me for more than a decade, Ali Nathan, now confirmed as circuit judge for the Second Circuit. When I first met her, I thought, here is someone who is truly special, and I still believe that to this day. And to boot, she increases the diversity of the court as only the second ever openly lesbian to sit on the Second Circuit, open lesbian on the Second Circuit. I believe that's in the whole federal judiciary. We'll check that. The Second Circuit is one of the most consequential courts in the entire country, calling only for the best of the best to sit on the bench, and Ali Nathan fits the bill. I'm glad both of these nominees were confirmed with bipartisan support. On the legislative front, the Senate is pressing ahead on bipartisan competition legislation to lower costs, boost American manufacturing, and fuel another generation of American scientific ingenuity. For the information of all senators, last night I moved to file cloture on both the substitute amendment and the underlying legislation for our competitive legislation. As I've said previously, our plan has been to take up the House-passed version of this legislation and amend it with the exact same language the Senate approved last summer with bipartisan support, the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. Once we pass this amended bill, it will go back to the House, and they will be able to request a conference committee. As convoluted as the Senate process often is, the bottom line is that the train is moving forward when it comes to this bill. A lot of senators from both parties have worked for years to see legislation like this reach the president's desk. If the United States is to thrive in the 21st century, we need to keep our competitive edge in science and innovation, and this bill would do just that. We must continue growing American jobs. We must continue to lower the price of critical technologies like semiconductors, and this bill would do just that as well. We have a few more steps to take before we reach a conference, but support of this bill is strong and bipartisan, and the process is moving forward. On PNTR, negotiations are continuing on passing bipartisan legislation to strip Russia of permanent normal trade relations with the United States. This legislation is greatly needed and timely as President Biden continues meeting with European allies regarding Putin's despicable war on Ukraine. The House passed PNTR by 424 to 8, 424 to 8, and the Senate absolutely should pass it with equally strong bipartisan support. There's no justification to delay a popular policy that would deal a heavy, heavy blow on Putin's Russia, especially given that it got such strong Republican support, including from Leader McCarthy in the House. And yesterday, I'm happy to say, my team and I had a productive series of talks with Senators Crapo, Wyden, Manchin, and the White House. We reached an agreement with Senator Crapo to move forward on PNTR as soon as we can, while addressing oil ban legislation separately. That way, it can go right to the PNTR legislation can go right to the president's desk. I hope the rest of my colleagues will get with the program quickly, so we can send PNTR legislation to the president's desk as soon as possible. We need a little more work, but we're close to passing this urgent legislation. And finally, on SCOTUS. After 3 marathon days of speeches and questions and answers, Judge Jackson's public testimony before the Senate Judiciary Committee has concluded. After watching the judge weather 3 long days before the Senate Judiciary Committee, my respect, my admiration for her has never been higher. There's not a shred of doubt in my mind she merits confirmation to the U.S. Supreme Court. Once again, a handful of members on the other side, not all, just a handful, tried to smear the judge with misleading and downright false accusations. But once again, the judge remained poised, thoughtful, and strong in her answers. As Senator Booker said yesterday, no amount of cynicism and nastiness could overshadow Judge Jackson's nomination as a cause for celebration. She's not only a historic nominee, she's one of the most qualified nominees to ever come before the Judiciary Committee. Yesterday, Chairman Durbin announced the Judiciary Committee will meet on Monday afternoon to begin the process of reporting Judge Jackson's nomination at a committee. There is nothing in Judge Jackson's record suggesting that the committee should have difficulty reporting her nomination out. Once the committee concludes its work, I will move to have her nomination come to the floor in short order. The Senate is on track to have Judge Jackson confirmed as Justice Jackson by the end of this work period. I commend Judge Jackson for her excellent testimony of the course of this week. It's not easy to endure 3 days of testimony with the entire nation watching, but Judge Jackson has erased any doubt that she is brilliant, she is beloved, and she belongs, unquestionably belongs, on the United States Supreme Court. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Good evening, everyone. With all the presses here, you must be getting very tired. Am I the 16th or 17th? At any rate, all kidding aside, thank you for taking the time. Today marks 1 month since Russia began its carnage in Ukraine, the brutal invasion of Ukraine. And we held a Nato summit the very next day. At that time, my overwhelming objective in wanting that summit was to have absolute unity on 3 key important issues among our NATO and European allies. First was to support Ukraine with military and humanitarian assistance. Second was to impose the most significant sanctions, economic sanction regime ever, in order to cripple Putin's economy and punish him for his actions. Third was to fortify the eastern flank of our NATO allies, who were obviously very, very concerned and somewhat worried what would happen. We accomplished all 3 of these, and today we're determined to sustain those efforts and to build on them. The United States is committed to provide over $2 billion in military equipment to Ukraine since I became president. Anti-air systems, anti-armor systems, ammunition, and our weapons are flowing into Ukraine as I speak. And today, I'm announcing the United States is prepared to commit more than $1 billion in humanitarian assistance to help get relief to millions of Ukrainians affected by the war in Ukraine. Many Ukrainian refugees will wish to stay in Europe, closer to their homes. But we also will welcome 100,000 Ukrainians to the United States with a focus on reuniting families. And we will invest $320 million to bolster democratic resilience and defend human rights in Ukraine and neighboring countries. We're also coordinating with the G7 and the European Union on food security as well as energy security. And I'll have more to say about that tomorrow. We're also announcing new sanctions of more than 400 individuals and entities in alignment with the European Union. More than 300 members of the Duma, oligarchs, and Russian defense companies that fuel the Russian war machine. In addition to the 100,000 U.S. forces now stationed in Europe to defend NATO territory, NATO established, as you already know, 4 new battle groups in Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Slovakia to reinforce the Eastern Front. Putin was banking on NATO being split. My early conversation with him in December and early January, it was clear to me he didn't think we could sustain this cohesion. NATO has never been more united than it is today. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have as a consequence of going into Ukraine. We've built that same unity with the European Union and with the leading democracies of the G7, in the G7. So I want to thank you, and I'll be now happy to take your questions. Since there's so many people out there, been given a list. Now, how about Chris of the Associated Press? First question.
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. So you've warned about the real threat of chemical weapons being used. Have you gathered specific intelligence that suggests that President Putin is deploying these weapons, moving them into position, or considering their use? And would the U.S. or NATO respond with military action if he did use chemical weapons?
You know, on the first question, I can't answer that. I'm not going to give you intelligence data, number one. Number two, we would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use. Josh of Bloomberg.
Perhaps I'll just project, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
If I had your voice, I'd have been elected a lot earlier.
I'll give it a try. He's got a long arm. Thank you. Can you talk to us about 2 things, sir? One, since your conversation with President Xi of China, have you seen any indications of action or lack of action from China that has led you to believe whether they will intervene and help Russia, either with the sale of arms or the provision of supplies to support this war in Ukraine? And secondly, can you say whether the conversation today turned to the subject of food shortages and what the U.S. will do to address wheat shortages in particular as a result of this war? Thank you.
On the first question relating to President Xi Jinping of China, I had a very straightforward conversation with Xi now, I guess it's 6 days ago, 7 days ago, in that range. And I made it clear to him, I made no threats, but I made it clear to him that make sure he understood the consequences of him helping Russia, as had been reported and as what was expected. And I made no threats, but I pointed out the number of American and foreign corporations that left Russia as a consequence of their barbaric behavior. And I indicated that I knew how much he, because we had long discussions in the past about his interest in making sure he had economic relations and economic growth with Europe and the United States, and indicated that he'd be putting himself at significant jeopardy in those aims if, in fact, he were to move forward. I am not going to comment on any detail about what we know or don't know as a consequence of that conversation. But tomorrow, is it tomorrow or next Monday that Ursula's having that conference with China? The 1st, on April 1st. We've had discussions because I think that China understands that its economic future is much more closely tied to the West than it is to Russia. And so I'm hopeful that he does not get engaged. We also did discuss today that there's a need for us to set up, NATO to set up, and the EU to set up a system whereby we have an organization looking at who has violated any of the sanctions and where and when and how they violated them. And that's something we're going to put in train. It's not done yet. So with regard to Xi, I have nothing more to report. With regard to food shortages, yes, we did talk about food shortages. And it's going to be real. The price of these sanctions is not just imposed upon Russia. It's imposed upon an awful lot of countries as well, including European countries and our country as well. And because both Russia and Ukraine have been the breadbasket of Europe in terms of wheat, for example, just to give you one example. But we had a long discussion in the G7 with both the United States, which has a significant, the third largest producer of wheat in the world, as well as Canada, which is also a major, major producer. And we both talked about how we could increase and disseminate more rapidly food shortages. In addition to that, we talked about urging all the European countries and everyone else to end trade restrictions on sending limitations on sending food abroad. And so we are in the process of working out with our European friends what it would take to help alleviate the concerns relative to food shortages. We also talked about a significant major U.S. investment, among others, in terms of providing for the need for humanitarian assistance, including food, as we move forward. Tarina of the Wall Street Journal. Watch out you don't get hit in the head there now.
Mr. President, in your view, does President Zelensky need to cede any Ukrainian territory in order to gain a ceasefire with Russia, or is that completely off the table? And then also, do you think that Russia needs to be removed from the G20?
On the latter point, my answer is yes. That depends on the G20. That was raised today, and I raised the possibility, if that can't be done, if Indonesia and others do not agree, then we should, in my view, ask to have both Ukraine be able to attend the meetings, as well as basically Ukraine being able to attend the G20 meeting and observe. With regard to, what was the first question?
If you think that Ukraine needs to cease, to give up any territory in order to get a ceasefire.
That is a total judgment based on Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. I don't believe that they're going to have to do that, but that's a judgment. There's negotiations, that are discussions, I should say, that have taken place that I have not been part of, including the Ukrainians, and it's their judgment to make. Cecilia, ABC. There you are.
Oh, thank you. Sir, you've made it very clear in this conflict that you do not want to see World War III. But is it possible that in expressing that so early that you were too quick to rule out direct military intervention in this war? Could Putin have been emboldened knowing that you are not going to get involved directly in this conflict?
No and no.
You do not believe that? And to clarify on chemical weapons, if chemical weapons were used in Ukraine, would that trigger a military response from NATO?
It would trigger a response in kind. Whether or not you're asking whether NATO would cross we'd make that decision at the time.
And my final question, because you're heading to Poland tomorrow, do you think that getting a firsthand look at the effects of this war on these millions of Ukrainians who have fled their country could change the way that you might respond?
I don't think so, because I've been to many, many war zones. I've been in refugee camps. I've been in war zones for the last 15 years, and it's devastating. And what the thing you look at the most is you see these young children. You see children without parents that are in those camps or in refugees. You see women and husbands, and men and women who are completely lost and have no nose. You see the look, that blank look on their face, that absolute feeling of, my God, where am I? What's going to happen to me? And so what it will do, it will reinforce my commitment to have the United States make sure we are a major piece of dealing with the relocation of all those folks, as well as humanitarian assistance needed both inside Ukraine and outside Ukraine. For example, this is not something that Poland or Romania or Germany should carry on their own. This is an international responsibility. The United States, as a leader, one of the leaders in the international community, has an obligation to be engaged and do all we can to ease the suffering and pain of innocent women and children and men, for that matter, throughout Ukraine, and those who have made it across the border. I plan on attempting to see those folks, as well as I hope I'm going to be able to see, I guess I'm not supposed to say where I'm going, am I? But anyway, I hope I get to see a lot of people. Marcus, Der Spiegel.
Thanks, Mr. President. There's a presidential election coming up in 2024, and as you know, there are yes, it's true. And there are widespread concerns in Europe that a figure like your predecessor, maybe even your predecessor himself, might get elected president again. Are there any steps, anything you're trying to do and NATO is trying to do here these days to prevent what you're trying to do becoming undone 2 years from now? Thank you.
No, that's not how I think of this. I've been dealing with foreign policy for longer than anybody that's involved in this process right now. I have no concerns about the impact. I made a commitment when I ran this time. I wasn't going to run again, and I mean that sincerely. I had no intention of running for president again. And until I saw those folks coming out of the fields in Virginia carrying torches and carrying Nazi banners and literally singing the same vile rhyme that they used in Germany in the early 20s, or 30s, I should say. And then when the gentleman you mentioned was asked what he thought, and a young woman was killed, a protester, and he was asked what he thought, he said, "They're very good people on both sides." And that's when I decided I wasn't going to be quiet any longer. And when I ran this time, and I think the American press, whether they look at me favorably or unfavorably, will acknowledge this, I made a determination. Nothing is worth, no election is worth my not doing exactly what I think is the right thing. Not a joke. I'm too long in the tooth to fool with this any longer. And so we're a long way off in elections, a long way off. My focus, if any election, is on making sure that we retain the House and the United States Senate so that I have the room to continue to do the things that I've been able to do in terms of grow the economy and deal in a rational way with American foreign policy and lead the world, be the leader of the free world. So, but it's not an illogical question for someone to ask. I say to people at home, imagine if we sat and watched the doors of the Bundestag broken down and police officers killed and hundreds of people storming in. Or imagine if we saw that happening in the British Parliament or whatever. How would we feel? And one of the things that I take some solace from is I don't think you'll find any European leader who thinks that I am not up to the job. And I mean that sincerely. It's not like, whoa, it's that. The point is that when the first G7 meeting I attended, like the one I did today, was in Great Britain. And I sat down and I said, America's back. And one of my counterparts, colleagues, head of state, said, for how long? For how long? And so I don't blame, I don't criticize anybody for asking that question. But the next election, I'd be very fortunate if I had that same man running against me. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. President,
Whoa. You know, yeah, one final question, right. Hey, look, wait, hold on a second, please. I was supposed to be an hour ago at the European Union meeting and to speak. No, I'm thanking you. So someone I haven't called on before. You. Who are you?
I'm Christina Arfidi from CBS. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, deterrence didn't work. What makes you think Vladimir Putin will alter course based on the action you've taken today?
Let's get something straight. You remember, if you covered me from the very beginning, I did not say that, in fact, the sanctions would deter him. Sanctions never deter. You keep talking about that. Sanctions never deter. The maintenance of sanctions, the increasing the pain, and the demonstration why I asked for this NATO meeting today is to be sure that after a month we will sustain what we're doing, not just next month, the following month, but for the remainder of this entire year. That's what will stop him.
You believe the action today will have an impact on making Russia change course in Ukraine?
That's not what I said. You're playing a game with me. I know. The answer is no. I think what happens is we have to demonstrate the purpose. The single most important thing is for us to stay unified. And the world continue to focus on what a brute this guy is. And all the innocent people's lives are being lost and ruined. And what's going on. That's the important thing. But look, if you're Putin and you think that that Europe is going to crack in a month or 6 weeks or 2 months, why not? They can take anything for another month, but we have to demonstrate. The reason I asked for the meeting, we have to stay fully, totally, thoroughly united. Thank you.
If we could have everyone.
having the quality and quantity of weapons that Ukraine deserves and needs. But it was clear from what President Zelensky was saying to you and other world leaders that he would like more. So first of all, are you comfortable with the level of weapons you're sending collectively? And secondly, how uncomfortable does it make you feel that by rolling out a no-fly zone, by ruling out NATO troops on the ground in Ukraine, and by refusing to give any sort of indication of red lines, that really the only end to this is when President Putin decides he's had enough?
Well, thanks very much, Nick. And you're right to put your finger on the agony that everybody feels in this group, all Western countries, the whole of NATO, the G7, about our inability to do more to help given the constraints we face. And I think it's fair to say that there isn't a Western democracy that's currently contemplating putting boots on the ground in Ukraine. And we've got to be clear about that. Nor is there a country that is willing to enforce a no-fly zone in the way that we would so like to, but unfortunately it does mean air-to-ground attacks on Russian air defences, and it does mean taking down Russian fast jets and asking the RAF to do that. That's not something that any country here is contemplating. What we are doing is steadily ratcheting up the movement of lethal but defensive weaponry to Ukraine, and that is growing in volume the whole time. And what the Americans are doing and what they have done is really quite extraordinary already, and the UK is proud of what we've contributed. I'll go to Sam Coates of Sky.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Sam Coates of Sky News. President Zelensky, interestingly, didn't repeat his call for a no-fly zone when he addressed NATO leaders. Instead, he was very, very specific. He wants tanks and jets. Are NATO members, is the United Kingdom going to give him tanks and jets? And if not, why not?
Thanks, Sam. He did indeed call for tanks, and there's a particular reason for that. What President Zelensky wants is to try to relieve Mariupol and to help the thousands of Ukrainian fighters in the city. To that end, he does need armour as he sees it. We're looking at what we can do to help, but I've got to tell you, logistically at the moment, it looks very difficult, but both with armour and with jets. We're very conscious of what he's asking for. At the moment, we're looking at the equipment that we think is more immediately valuable is missiles that will enable the Ukrainians to protect themselves against bombardment from the air, but also to deal with the Grad rocket launchers, the Russian heavy artillery that is doing such death and dealing such death and destruction in the cities. And there, I think, if we can really help them, that would be extremely valuable, because they need protection from that absolutely merciless onslaught from artillery and from the rocket launchers. James Mates, ITV.
Prime Minister, you've also spoken about weaning Europe off Russian oil and gas. There'll be a discussion tonight that you won't be part of at the European Council. Is Europe doing enough? Are the Germans doing enough? What will Britain do to help other countries who rely more on Russian oil and gas to wean themselves off it?
Thanks, James. Look, and I just want to say that this is easier for some countries than it is for others, and everybody can see that. And clearly, the dependency in Germany and in Italy is very strong. And there are many other European countries that depend on Russian gas. But what they're all doing is moving to extricate themselves from that position and to avoid being blackmailed by Vladimir Putin. And I think that what Olaf Scholz has done, the steps that they're taking, I think it's heroic. And I applaud what Germany is doing. They've set themselves deadlines to move away from oil and gas. I don't think it'll be easy. And the Italians are doing the same. I don't think it'll be easy for them. But it's the right thing to do in the long term, in the medium term. And we will help. Of course, and one of the ways that I think we should all work together is in the sharing and the development of alternative provision, not least wind power. I mean, the Baltic countries, for instance, are heavily dependent on gas, but they have a fantastic future as generators of clean renewable energy. We want to help that. We have a lot of experience of it. Jason Grove, Daily Mail.
Thanks, Prime Minister. The Kremlin has named you today as their public enemy #1, saying you're leading the kind of anti-Russian resistance internationally. I wondered why you thought that had happened, whether you thought we were going to get any blowback back home from that, and how you feel about it. And you just mentioned wind farms. Is the price of all this going to be sort of going back to having more onshore wind farms back home?
Okay, well, a couple of points there, Jason. First of all, I think it's very, very important for everybody to understand that I don't think there's a single person round the table in NATO or the G7 who is against Russians or the Russian people. Absolutely not. Least of all me. I think I'm probably the only Prime Minister in UK history to be called Boris. I have that distinction, and I'm not remotely anti-Russian, but I think what we all agree is that what Vladimir Putin is doing, the way he's leading Russia at the moment, is utterly catastrophic, that his invasion of Ukraine is inhuman and barbaric, and the conduct of that invasion is now moving into the type of behaviour that, as I've said before, we haven't seen in the continent of Europe for 80 years. It's horrific. So you can be sympathetic towards ordinary Russians who are being so badly led, but you can be deeply hostile to the decisions of Vladimir Putin, the way he's leading his country. Sorry, you had another question about onshore wind. Look, I want to be clear. I think the massive opportunity for the UK is in offshore wind. And we've got good at that. We were, until very recently, I'm slightly to my irritation, we seem to be overtaken now by China, but we were until recently the biggest producer of offshore wind in the world. And one of the things I want to be setting out in the forthcoming British energy security strategy is how we can regain our lead as the #1 and where we're going to be doing it. And I think you can do it in a completely environmentally friendly way. You can generate phenomenal quantities of renewable energy at zero marginal cost, and it is the way forward. Euronews, Mead McMahon. No Euronews. Forgive me. I'm going to go to Natasha Clark from The Sun. Natasha.
Jens Stoltenberg said earlier today that there will be severe consequences if Russia does go ahead and use chemical weapons in Ukraine. What does that mean? Does it mean boots on the ground, or is that something we're completely ruling out already? And you said earlier that you'd like to see Ukraine handed the hosting of the next World Cup. Would you like to see them automatically qualify for this year's World Cup?
Right, okay, so first of all on chemical, biological, tactical nuclear weapons, all of these are viewed with utter horror by people around the table today. I just heard from my friend Fumio Kishida, who represents the only country in the G7 actually to have experienced nuclear weapons on his, or has seen his country attacked by nuclear weapons. There is a visceral horror of the use of these weapons of mass destruction. I think that if Putin were to engage in anything like that, the consequences would be very, very severe. You have to have a bit of ambiguity about your response, but I think it would be catastrophic for him if he were to do that. And I think that he understands that. But you know, when you look at what he's saying, I think Joe Biden is right to warn, because you know, when the Russians start doing this stuff about there are factories in Ukraine producing American biological weaponry, you know that is a prelude to a false flag operation, and they could well do something. But I think it would be a profound and a disastrous mistake for Putin were he to do that. On Ukraine qualifying for the European, is it the European? I'm not. Look, football is not my best subject. As you, the World Cup. You mean should they be given a bye and qualify automatically? Sounds like a good idea to me, but I'm out of area here. I've got to admit that's not my strong subject. I don't see why not. Is my view. James, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to comment on that, James. I'm not going to comment on that. Let's go to. But look, let me put it this way: given what Ukraine has been going through, given the privations that Ukrainian footballers have had to endure, I'm sure that every possible sympathy and allowances should be made for them. Let me put it that way. How about that? Let's go to Natalia Drozdiak from Bloomberg.
Yeah, I'm right here. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you. I just had two quick questions. On the nuclear threat, how concrete is that? Can you give us a sense of those discussions? And secondly, you mentioned this morning that allies are examining ways to stop Putin from using Russia's gold reserves. Could you tell us whether those discussions have moved on today? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Natalia. So I think it's very important to stress that I think that the discussion of the use of nuclear weapons is a distraction, and it's intended to be a distraction from what is really going on. And that is a savage attack with conventional means on innocent people in urban centers in Ukraine. Absolutely barbaric use of artillery and mortars and rockets as I've described, thermobaric bombs included, it now seems. That is what is going on. And what we're talking about is the right of the Ukrainian people to be equipped with the weapons to defend themselves. And all discussion of nuclear weapons is intended to frame this as a confrontation between Russia as a nuclear power and other nuclear powers. That's not what's going on. What's going on is a confrontation between Russia and entirely innocent people in Ukraine. That's what it's between. And what we're trying to do is help those people. And I think that is morally the right thing to do. On gold reserves, there is evidence that the Russians may be trying to get round. I mean, the Russians are obviously going to try to get round the sanctions on their gold, and we're taking steps to try to make sure that there's no leakage, no sale of bullion into markets around the world. Now, and that's what we're working on. Last question to Steve Swinford of the Times.
Prime Minister, just to come back to Natasha's question, we heard from from a Western official today that if Russia did use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would be highly unlikely that there would be a military intervention from NATO. Can I just clarify, are you in that position, or would you rule that out, or do you think it's possible that we could have military intervention? Is it something you're prepared to consider?
I just want to repeat the answer I gave to Natasha, which is I think that any such action would be not only morally repugnant, indefensible, but disastrous for Putin as well. And I think, well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it there and rush for the plane under strict instructions. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you talk me. Okay. I do remember you, and I'm very sorry to come on. Okay. He remembers me from when I was a journalist. Okay, fair enough.
Prime Minister.
Yes.
So now you have.
I'm going to regret this, by the way. That's what
you had talked with Mr. Erdogan, and you both the most friends of Ukraine, and Ukrainians hope on you, on Great Britain and Turkey. And you told that you can provide more armament for Ukraine, but you didn't say about air defense weapons.
Yes.
It's the main what is necessary for Ukraine. How to arrange, because you see for instance, your colleague from France, Mr. Macron, told that no, we don't want to provide something because we don't want to be part of the war.
No. Well, thank you very much. So, as you know, I think one of the most significant contributions that Turkey is currently making are the TB2s, which I think are very valuable. What the UK is providing, as I'm sure you've also seen, are air defences, and we're helping the Ukrainians to understand how to use them. I think that's entirely reasonable, but I don't think I should really go beyond what I said. The general tenor of the meeting, what everybody wants to do, is make sure that as Putin ramps it up, as Putin escalates his aggression, that we do ever more to defend and protect the Ukrainians, and that's what we're going to do. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Le Conseil européen ne se tienne dans quelques instants, peut-être rendre compte de notre sommet de l'OTAN et du G7 que nous venons de tenir ici même avec l'ensemble de mes collègues et faire un point aussi de situation. En effet, un mois après le déclenchement de la guerre de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, où en sommes-nous? Le peuple ukrainien, mené par son président, a résisté, déjouant les calculs de la Russie, une victoire militaire rapide. Nous avons, avec nos alliés et nos partenaires européens, répondu avec fermeté, réactivité et unité, là aussi déjouant les pronostics d'une réponse faible et divisée. Et donc nous continuons de nous tenir au
weak and divided response. So we're standing by the Ukrainian people with military, economic and humanitarian support, and Europe has been deploying welcoming capacity which is unprecedented, with more than 3.6 million refugees already in Europe, and we've adopted unprecedented packages of sanctions. This is totally unprecedented, and we've been doing that unanimously. The Russian economy is under pressure. It is unable to meet its payment obligations, and we will continue trying to obtain a ceasefire and peace by any means. These initiatives that we launched are still ongoing, and a few moments ago, the humanitarian resolution proposed by France and Mexico has been adopted by 140 votes in favor and only 5 against at the UN. And that shows that Russia now is isolated. Indeed, Russia has taken a historical responsibility by waging this war, and our strategy is indeed to do our utmost to prevent any escalation, but also to put an end as quickly as possible to the war, thanks to our sanctions discussions that are still ongoing with a few of us and President Putin to find the means of a negotiated solution. The Nato Summit this morning enabled us to acknowledge a few points. First of all, the unanimity in order to continue to support Ukraine, provided with defensive equipment and the equipment that it needs. President Zelensky was with us by way of a video link and clearly expressed his needs. So we agreed to continue to provide some offensive weapons, lethal weapons. With a red line, we want, of course, to be efficient, but we do not wish to be co-belligerents. This is also the reason why I will not provide you with any details. But together with the German Chancellor and a number of other Europeans, we also insisted upon the fact that in this context we shall continue to work on a credible negotiated solution. The second thing out of our summit is the necessity of preventing any escalation of this conflict. Why not providing any pretext which could be used by Russia to argue that we provoked the escalation. NATO has made a choice, and that is to support Ukraine to put an end to this war without going to war against Russia. And we lastly decided to adopt our posture, our stance to the new strategic situation provoked by the war in Ukraine and its consequences. And in this respect, I would like to say that France is very much shouldering its responsibility and acting in solidarity from north to south of the eastern flank. You can see here a map, a very clear one, which shows all of our current commitments, which have been increased in the previous weeks. In Norway, that was meant to be. As you see, France is a major contributor with some 3,200 troops. On cold response, accordingly, we have a strong commitment. And I would like to express all of our condolences to the United States of America to the death of 4 soldiers who lost their lives in the context of this exercise. In Estonia, we also decided not only to maintain but to reinforce our presence. We have about 350 troops with strengthened missions. We were already there, but we increased our presence on land, and we also added some air missions. France is contributing to air policing missions on behalf of Baltic friends. In Poland, southeast of the alliance, we also increased our presence. As you can see, the choice that was made from the very beginning was to contribute to the air scheme all the way to the south of the alliance. Through our missions, we are contributing to monitoring of vigilance air scheme, and we also are using our carrier strike group and adding our capacities to Romania and Bulgaria. And we're also monitoring Bosnia, thanks to our carrier strike group. And I would like to say even more so that the choice that I made and announced in front of the European Parliament is that we very much want to commit within the context of the NATO response force 550 French soldiers with the contribution of a number of other member states. And accordingly, France is part of this operation in Romania, which is likely to be increased thanks to the presence of Belgium and the Netherlands. So as you can see, from the north to the south, France is currently a concrete contributor to our alliance and to the strategic European rearmament, for which I launched an appeal before the European Parliament. So we very much are in favour of a Europe that is shouldering its responsibilities. And also it shows that this Defence Europe is part of NATO. It is not something to replace it or to compete with it. And over the past few weeks, I think this has only given more credibility to our message of the complementarity of these two missions. Over the past few weeks, we also worked, and we will continue to work as Europeans on the strategic compass that will then enable us to prepare for a joint position that will be come to conclusion at the Madrid Summit. And this is something that we launched at the end of 2019, when I said it was at the time important for us to reorganize our strategic efforts and to reorganize our strategy within the alliance. All of that is now mature, and we'll, as in particular at a time when we are very much being tested. And I believe that we are bringing about the right response to the war in Ukraine. The G7 summit added to this response on different matters. First of all, regarding the sanctions, with a very close cooperation, like I said, we responded and very quickly so with a series of sanctions, of 4 packages that have been very well coordinated on the second day of the conflict to begin with. And we constantly responded as Europeans, as allies, and the G7 has been a very important way to coordinate. And these 4 packages of sanctions were fully coordinated. And we've decided within the G7, we agreed upon a mechanism to monitor the sanctions, to make sure that we have transparency, a proper implementation of the sanctions adopted, to make sure that there are no differences between the various members, because that would only weaken the coherence of the group, and also to assess these mechanisms to make sure that our finance and justice ministers work together in order to implement these sanctions, and also in order to prepare future decisions if these ones were required. And we stand absolutely ready to increase these sanctions every time that is necessary. We also agreed to mobilize all together when dealing with some friendly countries, other partners, make sure that even though they're not part of G7 or NATO, they can either relay our sanctions or to make sure that we limit any strategy used by Russia in order to try and avoid the sanctions or compensate them. Of course, these sanctions are having an impact. I was referring earlier to the economic impact on in Russia, and we shall continue to have this deterrence effect. Second, we agreed upon an agenda of solidarity between the members, because the consequences of the war are not the same within the members of the G7. The same goes for NATO, and that requires solidarity. First of all, in the management of the refugees. First of all, Europe, of course, for reasons of geography, is the first contributor. And if there are 6.5 or 7 million of displaced people from Ukraine, we already have 3.5 million Ukrainians in Europe. And this is one of the greatest challenges for Europe since the Second World War. And I have in mind in particular the countries that are the most impacted, the neighboring countries of Ukraine. And in addition, we also need to extend our solidarity vis-à-vis countries which are neither members of the alliance or the EU, Moldova, for example. So that already led us to put in place some relocation strategies, and France has been contributing over the past few days. So what we've been asking for our G7 partners is to stand in solidarity, and together with the Europeans, for example, for the United Kingdom, Canada, the United States, Japan, we requested them to help together with the UNHCR and other organizations so that we could share this solidarity. It is first and foremost something very concrete for all of us, and it is also what will enable us to tackle efficiently, to fight any form of human trafficking, and to protect in particular these families, children and women who are at the moment in this situation that we know. The second proof of solidarity is in relation to energy. Again, this is due to our geography. Europe is the main buyer of fossil fuel because we're not producing, so we're dependent on Russian gas and oil. So, of course, we first of all want to control the prices, and we'll be dealing with that at the European Council later on today. But we also want to diversify our supplies so that we're not exposed to reprisal from Russia, and we also want to reduce, of course, what we buy from Russia. So phasing out our dependency on Russian oil and gas also requires that we diversify our supplies, and it also requires that we coordinate within the G7. Some of the G7 members can increase their production, some others can help us diversify our supplies. So this is what's been acknowledged together with the United States and Canada in particular, because they can contribute, they contribute a great deal on fossil fuel, and we can also coordinate to reduce our dependency. This is something very important to me, and it adds on to our strategy to reduce our use of fossil fuels. Of course, we have to be coherent with our climate strategy, and we know it will take time, but in between, we need to diversify. And this is where the G7 coordination strategy is important. Lastly, kind of solidarity, it is in relation to the food solidarity. Like I said on a number of occasions, Ukraine and Russia are huge producers, in particular of grain. And we can see in Europe the tensions on prices, and that led the Europeans, including France, to put in place some programs in order to support them, to support our farmers. We're dealing with that. Nonetheless, we're all confronted to a price increase. And also, nonetheless, we are getting closer to a food crisis because some other countries in the Middle East, in the North Africa, they're so dependent to feed their populations on what is being produced in Ukraine and in Russia. So the war in Ukraine and the choices made by Russia, irresponsible and very serious choices made by Russia, and these are Russian choices, are impacting Maghreb, Africa, the Near and Middle East, and these countries, as a result, are having difficulties to buy wheat and other cereals, and some depend 80% dependent on Russia. And the war in Ukraine, is preventing Ukraine from preparing for the next harvest. So this is likely to generate a humanitarian crisis in many countries and will have massive consequences in many of the countries I referred to. So against all of that, we cannot stay put. We need to react, take action, and in the discussions I'm having with President Putin. And as you know, I'm always calling for an immediate ceasefire, and I'm also insisting, and let me tell Russia once again very formally, that we want all restrictions on food supply exports to be lifted. We want to make sure as well that Ukraine can sow seeds. And it is important that Russia shows that it is acting responsibly and does not bear responsibility for a looming famine, which will otherwise happen inevitably. So we need to build a future. We need to mobilize all of our partners, all of the international partners, and the entire agricultural industry. And as the head of the European Council during this semester, and in coordination with the African Union, and I just spoke to Macky Sall, we want to launch an initiative, something comparable to Act A that was put in place for COVID-19 vaccines. The purpose of this initiative, and we decided to call it Food and Agricultural Resilience Mission, and the purpose of this initiative is to get organized immediately, hand in hand with the relevant countries and organizations, including the private sector, to launch an initiative to tackle the crisis. First of all, there will be a trade pillar in order to ease the tensions on the agricultural markets, to make sure that the stocks are properly managed, to deal with any risk of price increase. And we need to make sure that the stocks can be released as quickly as possible. Second, we want to make sure that there's an international commitment not to put any restrictions on exportations. This is very much very similar to what we've seen on medical equipment and projects 2 years ago with COVID. And we want to make sure that there are no restrictions, and that we can rely on information on agricultural markets. That's something that was put in place during the French presidency of the G20. Of course, all of that will be dealt with in close coordination with the WTO, and we've been working with its Director General to that effect. Next, we want to this summer work together with the producing countries to increase production where it is possible without compromising on sustainability goals. We want to allocate the volumes to make sure that the most vulnerable in particular have access to sufficient quantities at a reasonable price. Here again, it is a mechanism that's very much similar to the Act A initiative taken in answer to COVID-19. So very concretely, it means that for us, the Europeans, we acknowledge that we will be producing more while complying with our rules, but while being extremely vigilant regarding biodiversity and environmental goals, but at the same time while contributing to this solidarity effort. And there, lastly, will be a third pillar in terms of solidarity, by investing in resilient agricultural supply chains and by intensifying our operations to make sure that the most dependent countries dependent on Russia and Ukraine, in order to enable them to produce on their land. So this is very much in line with what was launched in 2021, the Great Green Wall Initiative, as well as the protein European initiative on protein, and it is to cover the entire region from the Gulf of Guinea to the Horn of Africa to make sure that these countries can produce more on their land. Such is the initiative that I presented at the G7 and meant to present to you. All of the G7 countries are major producers, and I believe we should be outstanding. We should set the example, and we will, of course, discuss it at the European Council later on today, and we will open up at the G20 hand in hand with the African Union and all of the countries that are most impacted. So this is what I meant to say by way of a summary of our work at the G7 and the Nato Summit, and the announcement I meant to make this French initiative in favor of food security.
So we now have time for a few questions. Camille Collin from TF1. Mr. President, I have a question about French companies that are based in Russia. We were able to see that Renault has suspended its business there. This central state is part of that company's capital. Now, there are other companies that have made a different decision, for example, Leroy Merlin. So what is the position that you defend, and what is the message that you convey to those businesses, those companies that are being mentioned and identified by the Ukrainians? Let me return to the basis of our action. Our purpose is to put an end to the war. So we want effective sanctions that will affect the more sensitive sectors and individuals. But of course, we want to avoid having too much of an impact on our economies. But of course, there will be an impact, and so we try to mitigate that. That's the reason why we focused on banks. The central bank, that was probably one of the most decisive measures that we took. We focused on that and on the oligarchs. But there are other types of sanctions that we could consider in other strategic sectors, which are very important for other European partners. We're thinking, for instance, of coal, oil, and gas. But for the moment, we haven't taken any decisions in those sectors. With that in mind, I have explicitly said that I want the companies, the French companies that work in sectors where there are sanctions and that are working with partners where sanctions have been taken, well, that these companies have respect for France's decisions in terms of sanctions, and that is what is being done. Now, alongside that, there are pressures, there are risks in terms of the reputation of those businesses that are operating in Russia. And my view is to let those companies decide what they want to do. It is up to the leaders of those companies to assess the situation, look at the pros and the cons, look at their business and business model to see what decision they want to make. And you have seen the decision that Renault has made. Other activities have decided to stop doing business. I feel that our priority should be the final outcome. And the final outcome that we want is to put an end to Russia's action. So that is the position of France. Now, over the long run, my sense is that those decisions will need to be reassessed, because when a company decides to stop its business in Russia, it is leaving behind workers and other people who continue to be in Russia. So what is the impact on the country? Is it really worse for the leaders in that country? I don't know. That is a question I have. It means that in that case, Russian capital will be taking over this profitability. So I think that we need to be coherent and consistent. Renault made a decision, and the French state, as a shareholder, did not object to this decision. It was one which was in line with its strategy. And it was done on the basis of an understanding of the situation for that company. Jérôme Rivel from AFP. Let me return to the NATO summit. Do you think that NATO should provide unrestricted military aid as requested by President Zelensky? And if so, do you think that France should be increasing its the weapons it supplies to Ukraine? I know that you want to be quite discreet about this, but other nations are less so. And in the summit, have you agreed on red lines in terms of the use of chemical weapons? Well, about your first question, there is a limit, which is that we don't want to become a warring party. This is a limit which is shared by all. So supplying more equipment such as planes or tanks, well, that would be characterized as us becoming a warring party. However, when it comes to some weapons, they have been delivered since the beginning of the war, and that will continue to be the case. Others are continuing to implement contracts which were signed before the beginning of the war, and as such are continuing to help Ukraine. So we have said that we would continue this kind of effort. We would have the same consistency and the same limitations. And I think that that is what makes it possible for this approach to be sustainable over the long run. Now, turning to your second question, I want to be very cautious about that. Firstly, because as far as I'm concerned, anytime I had to define red lines, I wanted to be perfectly sure that defining these red lines would have a deterrent effect, and that the fact that these red lines not being respected would lead to consequences. I think that that is the way France's word will be respected. That is what we did in April 2018 with the Hamilton operation. Now, I think that in this situation, strategic ambiguity and discretion are more effective. So I will stick to that. We are working, we are preparing things, but I will not be more explicit about any kind of red lines on this matter. Are there other questions? Rama Rajdi from USPA.
Sorry. Je voulais poser une question.
I had a question about negotiation and peace, even though we are in a more military venue here. So yesterday, President Zelensky, when he spoke to, or before the French Parliament, talked about the Normandy format as a peace table, and that it had provided some kind of breathing room for a few years. And he was saying that now he was in need of something more than just that. Now, bearing in mind that President Putin has now ripped the Minsk agreements to shreds, and I hope I'll be able to express my idea adequately here, says the speaker, but President Zelensky had said that he had hoped that the U.S. would be party to the Normandy format before the war began. But do you think that now the time has come to include the United States because of the de facto situation with the meeting between Joe Biden and President Putin last June, as well as the conference that took place last year? Was all of this in the pipeline? Is this something which was being considered? Could you perhaps shed a bit of light on that? Well, let me distinguish two different frameworks. First of all, there is the framework which up until February 24th was the Ukrainian crisis, and now it has become the Ukrainian war in Ukraine, and that's the Normandy format. And then there are bilateral discussions, the bilateral discussions that took place between the U.S. and Russia. And that is a different framework. There were different topics. Back in June in Geneva, the talks were about security, were about bilateral relations, and were about arms control. But then there are other discussions, and France has always been in favor of those, and I will continue to be in favor of those. There are other discussions which need to take place, that is, those between NATO and Russia. There is an agreement, even though, of course, that one has been violated by Russia unilaterally. And then there are discussions which will need to take place between the EU and Russia, because we're talking about the EU, we're talking about our territory, we're talking about our balances, and I won't delegate discussions about our security. So those are different frameworks. Now, today, there's no framework for a discussion because Russia has started a war. So there are discussion channels, bilateral, informal in nature, and on several occasions with Chancellor Scholz, we have decided to have a discussion together with President Putin. Now, he has always rejected President Zelensky's request to have a discussion with him. So what I'm seeing is that he doesn't want to have those talks. President Zelensky would be ready for that. So today there's no agreed format. So the work we need to focus on now is one about our talks, our discussion. This week, for instance, I spoke with President Putin twice. twice. I spent several hours doing this to try and develop avenues, understand the limitations, the constraints that exist. And every time there was a consultation with President Zelensky, of course. And quite clearly, at this point, negotiations will not produce any tangible outcome over the next days or hours. But we need to continue to do this work to get to that situation. And that is in line with our approach. We want to put an end to the war without taking part in the war. So we have these different avenues. Now, when it comes to the format for the finalization of such discussions, well, that remains to be defined. It will depend on the decisions by the stakeholders. It will depend on their demands in terms, for instance, of guarantors for these agreements. So I think that those are the clarifications I could bring for your question. Alzan Aran for CNN Turkey. Mr. President, you had a discussion today with the Turkish President, Mr. Erdogan, and you have a point in common, which is that you have open discussions with President Zelensky and President Putin, both of you. So what can we draw from this discussion, and is there some kind of hope in terms of reopening negotiations and having a joint initiative for both nations? Well, first of all, you're quite right that President Erdogan is also talking to President Putin. And to go back to the previous question, there is constant coordination with all of those who engage with President Putin, be they part of the EU or not. So it was extremely important that we be able to share our vision, our understanding of the conflict, and that we understand the possibilities in terms of negotiation. I think that we all agree that the prospects are relatively remote for the time being. So we will continue to work side by side to try to get to a ceasefire and then to an agreement which would make it possible to put together the various conditions which would be conducive to sustainable peace. So coordination and a will to work together. Secondly, we have decided to work on joint humanitarian operations, in particular with regards to Mariupol. So our ministers and our staffs will be working together in order to be able to carry out such a joint humanitarian initiative over the upcoming days. We might be able to do this with other European partners that would want to join us, and this would be about Mariupol, which is, of course, an absolute tragedy. And then we talked about the international outlook. And I think that the situation that we're experiencing today is also an opportunity to come up with a strategic clarification. This is something which I have requested from Turkey in our relationship, be it with regards to Libya or the Near East, to be able to continue to work or start working with these partners once again. And I think that the discussion that I had with President Erdogan showed that it was possible to make headway, following up on the discussion we had in Baghdad in the fall last year. Opportunities to make headway on a number of issues where in the past we may have been a bit farther apart. So that is something which is quite positive indeed. Adley Gamble from CNBC.
Thank you, Mr. President, and forgive me for speaking in English. Okay. My question to you would be, how should NATO respond if China finances and militarily gives aid to Russia, plus Total Energies is still operating in Russia? What is your message to them? Should they stop?
Alors, je vais vous dire comment je vois les choses.
Let me tell you how I see things. I'm quite down to earth. And so, if I'm not mistaken, we are in an organization which is focusing on the North Atlantic region. And with my down-to-earth approach, I don't see China being part of that geographic realm. So I don't think that China is a NATO matter. It is part of the P5, so is France. We're part of the Security Council. It is a strategic matter for the U.S., for France, for the EU. Yes, that's true. But I think that NATO has just undergone a big shock. I mean, not too long ago, I was talking about being brain dead. Well, now there's this shock therapy, and we see that there is a new situation with the launch of a war by Russia, not against one of our members, but against one of our neighbors. And so I would focus on the map I was showing you. Let's focus on that. There is already quite a lot to do, and let us be credible on that matter. Now, turning to China, what I've always said is that we know that there are differences. We know that there are areas where we can cooperate, and we know that there are areas where we are rivals. Now, I don't think that focusing on worst-case scenarios where we try to intimidate, where leaders try to intimidate others through press conferences is a very effective way to operate. I focus on being effective. I had a discussion with Xi Jinping just 10 days ago. I will be talking to him as often as necessary in the context of this crisis. And I had somebody who shared our concerns, who disapproves of this war. Now, I read and hear what China is saying, including when there's criticism against it. And China is always defending the sovereignty of people, their right to deciding on their future, and how important all of these concepts are. So it makes perfect sense that China would not be in a position to support Russia as it attacks a neighbor and undermines its territorial sovereignty. And I know that we can count on President Xi Jinping and count on him being consistent here. And then when we had a discussion with Chancellor Scholz, Xi Jinping supported us when we said that we wanted to ask for a ceasefire. So I think that there is a form of coherence there. And I believe that China, as a member of the UN Security Council and as a major power, has no choice but to be a power that is going to bring about moderation and mediation. And so it will help us in terms of getting Russia to stop doing this war. It is in its interest to see to it that nuclear powers, all of them, return to reason and visibility. I know that that's something which is important for China in the context of international relations. So I'll continue to talk to President Xi Jinping in this spirit. I want to believe that China will be consistent in terms of its vision and its understanding of territorial sovereignty, so it will try to put an end to the war, and it is my belief that China will not contribute to any form of escalation. That is how I want to look at things. Would you be ready to take another question or two? Okay. Well, let's see how much time we have. I think we have time for two more. So Paul from TV Romania.
Let's go from ProTV Romania. Mr. President, France will be lead nation in the new battle group that will be formed in Romania. You have already sent troops in the last weeks to Romania for reinforcement. Besides the troops you have already sent in this context, should we expect an increased military presence on Romanian territory from France? And if so, also, will France maintain its maritime presence in the Mediterranean for as long as it takes, or maybe even increase it in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea in order to deter any possible threats by air or by sea? Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. On peut remettre...
Thank you very much. Could we have that map once again? Thank you very much. So I think we deployed 550 of our best people, the chasseurs alpins. So they are there. The mountain infantry is present, and alongside the Belgian and Dutch units, and perhaps others will be joining this effort. But the idea really is to have a mission which can be scaled up. This is in the context of EFP, and I don't think that we need to change doctrines. I think that we can stick to the doctrine that we've been applying up until now. And as you can see, since February, we've been supporting the scheme in the air domain for your country as well as for Bulgaria. And there are means that are made available at sea. in order to be able to use our planes, as well as to continue our monitoring and surveillance activities in a maritime domain. So we're being pragmatic. Anytime we need to boost our effort, we will. And I think that we need to continue to take the same approach as the one we've taken over the past few years, for instance, with our friends in the Baltic region, with temporary measures. We don't want to change logics, approaches. The idea of a rotation seems to be a good one to us. That being said, something I want to underscore is that we are deeply attached to interoperability. So if we want these missions to be effective, what is important is that these different armed forces develop a joint culture and ability to work together. Now, on this map, you're seeing France's efforts, but there are also other allies who are contributing, of course, and all of that needs to mesh together nicely. And that is the purpose of interoperability. And so instead of increasing or instead of turning something into a permanent presence, we want to be as responsive as possible. And we showed that our responsive approach is credible. We've shown that over the past few weeks. So we want our presence to be temporary, but we also want more interoperability for the alliance and for our armed forces. And I think that Romania knows that it can count on France. Let's have one last question before the President goes to the European Council.
President, 2 weeks ago, a Soviet-made rocket fell on Zagreb, hit Zagreb, capital city of a NATO member state. Croatian government claims that it was bombed, that it was carrying a bomb. So I was wondering, what's your take on that issue? Was it an incident? How do you see it? What kind of message is NATO sending if such a rocket was able to fly through 3 NATO member states and their airspace, Romania, Hungary and Croatia? And will France increase its presence, air presence in the region, not only in Bosnia, but possibly also in Croatia? Thank you.
D'abord, merci, monsieur, pour votre question.
Well, thank you very much for that question. I was in Croatia just a few weeks ago, and in fact, we stepped up our strategic partnership, and we did that in particular in the air domain. There is cooperation between our armed forces, as well as a program, as you know, which includes France's Rafales. So that shows France's commitment to security, including the security of your country. And again, this is a matter of consistency. Here we have a demonstration, an example of what I've been telling you about for several years now. We're part of NATO, interoperability. We're there when our presence is necessary. We step up such a presence, but alongside that, over the past few months, we've had an agreement with Croatia, we've had an agreement with Greece, with regards to military cooperation and armaments programs. So we stand alongside Croatia, and our presence will be a long-standing one. Now, with regards what took place, and it took place during the extraordinary summit that we had in Versailles just a few weeks ago. And Prime Minister Plenković informed me of this right away, and I expressed the support and solidarity of France, and this translated into several flights, surveillance flights and intimidation flights that we are not ashamed of. So France's response was immediate, and those flights began minutes after the information was shared with us. And then we are working to understand and attribute what took place. We need to be very cautious. Of course, we were all quite shocked. I think that you would confirm that this was just a few meters away from college students' residences. I saw the footage that was shared with me by your leaders, and so we're working with Croatia to understand what happened and to attribute the action. And it appears that other nations were also overflown, if you will, by similar devices coming from Ukraine. So at this point, I think that we need to be extremely cautious. We cannot draw any final conclusions. Was it loss of control? Was it hijacking? Was it mistakes? Or was it something that was done deliberately? At any rate, in terms of solidarity, the rules are well known, and that is what would be activated if necessary. And France is a friend, is a power that will engage when its allies and friends are attacked. But with regards to that specific situation you raised, those are the clarifications I wanted to share with you. Thank you. This concludes our press conference. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Let's keep going. And there will be another press conference tomorrow. So we owe this person a question. Thank you.
Pressekonferenz nach dem G7-Treffen hier in Brüssel mit Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz. Bitte sehr.
Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, es ist gut, dass wir uns heute hier in Brüssel auch physisch als G7-Partner treffen konnten und die schwierige Lage miteinander erörtern konnten. Im Mittelpunkt unseres Gesprächs stand, wie sollte es auch anders sein, der russische Überfall auf die Ukraine und unsere gemeinsame, eng abgestimmte Reaktion darauf. In meiner Funktion als Vorsitzender der G7 in diesem Jahr habe ich veranlasst, dass wir den ukrainischen Staatspräsidenten Volodymyr Zelensky aus Kiew zugeschaltet hatten und auch NATO-Generalsekretär Jens Stoltenberg in unsere Sitzung eingeladen haben. Die aktuelle Situation erfordert die enge Abstimmung mit unseren Partnern. Der Austausch hat aber auch gezeigt, wir sind uns in dieser schwierigen Lage einiger denn je zuvor und handeln gemeinsam und entschlossen. Die heutige gemeinsame Erklärung der G7 spiegelt das wider. Mit harten, eng abgestimmten und zielgenauen Sanktionen haben wir auf diesen eklatanten Bruch des Völkerrechts durch Russland reagiert. Und wir sind uns einig, dass wir diese Sanktionen, solange es nötig ist, durchhalten und auf ihre Wirksamkeit hin immer wieder überprüfen werden. Das sind schwierige Zeiten, vor allem natürlich für die Bürgerinnen und Bürger der Ukraine, die unermessliches Leid, Tod und Zerstörung erleben, aber auch für uns alle in Europa und in der Welt. Unsere Solidarität gilt der Ukraine und ihren Bürgerinnen und Bürgern. Unser Dank gilt ihrem bewundernswerten und heldenhaften Kampf gegen den Aggressor. Und er gilt natürlich Ukrainiens Staatspräsident Volodymyr Zelensky Zelensky dafür, dass heute an unserer Sitzung teilgenommen und uns über die Lage vor Ort berichtet hat. Russland hat mit dem Angriff auf die Ukraine fundamentale Werte unserer Nachkriegsordnung gebrochen. Wir rufen den russischen Präsidenten auf, endlich einen Waffenstillstand zu vereinbaren und humanitäre Korridore zur Versorgung und Evakuierung der Zivilbevölkerung einzurichten. Die russischen Truppen müssen aus der Ukraine abziehen. Das ist notwendig, um eine tragfähige diplomatische Lösung des Konflikts zwischen Russland und der Ukraine zu ermöglichen. Wir werden zudem unser volles Gewicht als führende Wirtschaftsnation einsetzen, um Russland zu bewegen, eine diplomatische Lösung auch anzustreben. Alle G7-Partner haben umfangreiche Sanktionspakete beschlossen. Wir haben uns heute alle zu einer lückenlosen Umsetzung von Sanktionsmaßnahmen verpflichtet. Die Sanktionen wirken und haben bereits kurzfristig starke Auswirkungen. Wir sind uns zudem einig, dass wir mit weiteren Sanktionen reagieren werden, sollte dies erforderlich werden. Das ist ein starkes Signal und entschlossenes Handeln. Und wir müssen in den G7 unserer globalen Verantwortung gerecht werden. Unsere Unterstützung gilt natürlich der Ukraine sowie den Nachbarstaaten. Wir sind uns darüber heute einig, Unterstützungsmaßnahmen und humanitäre Hilfe zu erhöhen. Deutschland wird seine humanitäre Unterstützung für die Ukraine und ihre Nachbarstaaten auf mehr als 370 Millionen € aufstocken, wie aktuell. Als G7 fordern wir zudem weitere Länder auf, Maßnahmen zur Unterstützung sowie humanitäre Hilfe beizutragen. Europa schultert hier vieles, aber wir brauchen wirklich eine globale Anstrengung. Lassen Sie mich auch ein Wort über jene sagen, die jetzt wegen des Krieges ihre Heimat verlassen und flüchten müssen. Als führende Industrienation sehen wir es als unsere Pflicht an, Flüchtende aus der Ukraine aufzunehmen und sie zu schützen. Alle G7-Staaten sehen diese Pflicht und wollen ihr gerecht werden. Wir bitten auch weitere Staaten, Kriegsflüchtlinge aufzunehmen. Russlands Krieg gegen die Ukraine hat auch massive Auswirkungen auf Verfügbarkeit und Preise von Rohstoffen. Deshalb spüren wir alle schon jetzt die Auswirkungen ganz deutlich bei Energie und auch bei Lebensmitteln. Angesichts der russischen Aggression ist es unser Ziel, bei der Energieversorgung dafür zu sorgen, dass wir weniger abhängig werden von Russland. Und daran arbeiten wir seit langer Zeit intensiv. Wir müssen zum Beispiel auch unsere Energieversorgung schnell, nachhaltig und resilient gestalten. Auch dazu wollen wir in den G7 gemeinsam weitere Schritte in Angriff nehmen. Russlands Krieg hat auch dramatische Auswirkungen auf die globale Nahrungsmittelversorgung, weit über die Ukraine hinaus. Und deshalb müssen wir alles jetzt tun. Auch da sehen sich die G7 in der Pflicht, eine Hungerkatastrophe zu verhindern. Die Bundesregierung handelt in dieser Sache entschlossen und schnell. Wir stellen weitere 430 Millionen € im Kampf gegen den Hunger zur Verfügung. Ein Großteil davon soll in das Welternährungsprogramm der Vereinten Nationen gehen. Das heutige G7-Treffen fügt sich in eine Reihe von Treffen ein, welche allesamt die Solidarität mit der Ukraine und die Geschlossenheit der Partner zeigen. Wir als G7 tragen Verantwortung für Entwicklung auf dieser Welt. Wir sind bereit, dieser Verantwortung gerecht zu werden. Ich habe die G7 heute als Einheit wahrgenommen, die zu allen gerade drängenden Fragen, die weltweit zu beantworten sind, zusammensteht. Und wir werden spätestens beim Gipfel der Staats- und Regierungschefs der G7 Ende Juni in Elmau in Deutschland in diesem Format zusammenkommen. Und natürlich, wie wir das heute gemacht haben, wenn es nötig ist, auch früher. Vielen Dank.
Markus Preis, ARD has a question.
Meine Frage geht bezüglich des Treffens mit der NATO. Der ukrainische Präsident hat ganz konkrete Forderungen nochmal nach Waffenlieferungen gestellt. Waffen. Haben Sie darüber gesprochen? Werden künftig andere Kategorien von Waffen aufgeliefert und nicht nur die gleichen nochmal?
Vielen Dank für Ihre Frage. Es ist in der Tat ja doch ziemlich viel passiert. Das will ich hier noch einmal unterstreichen. Viele Länder Länder, auch unter den G7, aber nicht nur dort, haben Entscheidungen, die sie jahrzehntelang anders getroffen haben, revidiert und sich entschlossen, in ein Kriegsgebiet, in ein Krisengebiet Waffen zu liefern. Deutschland hat diese Entscheidung auch getroffen. Und deshalb gehört es schon dazu, dass die Widerstandsfähigkeit der Ukraine zu einem erheblichen Teil darauf beruht, dass es eben einen konstanten, ständigen und auch immer weiter fortgesetzten Nachschub an Waffen gibt und Munition, die für den Widerstand zur Verfügung stehen. Alle Länder haben ihre eigenen Kategorien, da gibt es keine einheitliche Linie, aber es ist in der Tat so, dass eine ganze Reihe hocheffektiver Defensivwaffen eingesetzt worden sind und die große Menge, die schiere Menge, in der sie zur Verfügung stehen, auch weiter geliefert werden, einen wichtigen Beitrag zu dieser Widerstandsfähigkeit geleistet hat. Und da geht es natürlich vor allem jetzt um Panzerfäuste und Luftabwehrwaffen, die dazu eingesetzt worden sind. Das ist das, was man heute berichten kann. Und natürlich überprüfen alle, da glaube ich, greife ich niemandem vor, jeden Tag neu, wie die Entscheidung angesichts der weiteren Entwicklung für die Zukunft auszurichten sind.
Michael Fischer, das nächste von dpa.
Michael Fischer, der dpa.
Ja, vielen Dank, Herr Bundeskanzler. Der russische Präsident hatte gestern angekündigt, dass Energielieferungen von EU-Staaten nur noch in Rubel bezahlt werden können. Was bedeutet das für die deutschen Energieimporte? Und glauben Sie, dass das an der Debatte über ein Energieembargo für Russland noch mal etwas verändern könnte?
Zunächst mal versuchen wir uns einen Überblick zu verschaffen. Das, was wir bisher erfahren haben, läuft darauf hinaus, dass es überall feste Verträge gibt, in der die Währung, in der bezahlt wird, auch Teil des Vertrags ist. Und das ist ja etwas, was dann auch gilt. Und da steht meistens Euro oder Dollar. Also das sind die Ausgangslagen, von denen wir ausgehen müssen. Und zum Zweiten ist es so, dass wir ja sehr bewusst, sehr harte, sehr präzise und lange vorbereitete Sanktionen auf den Weg gebracht haben. Wir haben uns damit sehr viel Mühe gegeben und auch lange vor dem Kriegsbeginn diese vorbereitet. Das ist der Unterschied zu all den Sanktionen, die im früheren Gelegenheiten und verhängt worden sind. Da war es meist so, dass erst ein politischer Beschluss gefasst wurde und hinterher mussten sich irgendwelche Leute ausdenken, was denn die richtigen Sanktionen sein könnten. Diesmal haben wir uns ganz früh überlegt, welche sind wirksam, welche sind so präzise, dass sie einen schweren Schaden auslösen, insbesondere was die ökonomischen Entwicklungsmöglichkeiten Russlands betrifft, im Finanzbereich, im Hinblick auf Banken, im Hinblick auf Hochtechnologie, Güter und deren Exportmöglichkeiten, im Hinblick zum Beispiel auch Güter, die unterschiedlich genutzt werden können, Dual Use und so weiter und so fort. Man sieht an der gegenwärtigen Entwicklung, dass diese Maßnahmen hochwirksam sind und wir entwickeln die auch ständig weiter, versuchen Umgehungsmaßnahmen zu verhindern und gehen dagegen vor, wenn irgendwer sich anbietet als Sanktionsbrecher. Also das sind all die Aufgaben, die wir haben. Trotzdem ist es eine sehr bewusste Entscheidung, die die europäischen Staaten getroffen haben, dass sie angesichts der wirtschaftlichen Struktur, die dort ist und die bei einigen Ländern eine sehr hohe Abhängigkeit von bestimmten Importen von Kohle, Öl und Gas beinhaltet, diese Importe nicht als Teil des Sanktionsregimes ausrichten.
Chancellor, thank you so much for taking my question. And just to follow on to our colleague, President Biden is expected to make an announcement regarding increased LNG supplies to Europe. Have you heard anything from the U.S. president about those energy supplies that would convince you then to potentially sanction Russia's energy? And also, is there ever a scenario that you can see where you would be prepared to pay Russian rubles for Russian energy?
So, to the second question, I already answered it and said that due to the knowledge we have, most agreements and most treaties are absolutely precise about the currency in which the payment has to be done. And so this is what we know. And this is how it is today. And we will follow the situation and the development, but it looks like that this is absolutely clear in most cases, as far as we understand. And the question on LNG. You should know that, especially me, there are a lot of persons, and especially me in Germany, that are working since a long time to diversify the energy supply for our country. And this is due to the fact that in a former task I had been the mayor of the city of Hamburg, and since that time I worked on getting LNG terminals to the northern shore of Germany because of seafaring, but also because of getting more independent supply chains for Germany and for what we can use if there are difficult situations. But the outcome of the activities I followed and I cooperated with is that we already have a lot of relatively far developed plans for LNG ports in northern Germany, which I think is a good circumstance because now we have not to start for duty planning, we can start with starting the action. And this is what is going on now. Especially 2 terminals are relatively likely that the building process will start this year. And we are discussing with the companies that are doing this that they should try to hurry up, and we are working on changing the legal scenario of this activity, that it can be done faster than it usually would, in a shorter time as it usually would take. So this is what we did, and so the truth is Germany is already working on diversifying the supply for the time we live in, and this fits very much to the long-term strategy we have. As you know, Germany is planning for getting rid of imports of coal, oil and gas in a relatively short time. 2045 we want to be a CO2 neutral industrial country, and being one of the biggest industrial countries in Europe and globally, it is something if Germany is saying this, because a lot of the energy supply we have is not for what people think, mobility or for housing and things like that. It's because of the industry. And if we are doing this, that we get rid of that, if we increase the production of electricity, for instance, with wind energy, with solar energy, if we strengthen our grid, if we work very hard to use hydrogen, which we will import as we import gas today, this will change the whole scenario. And many of the partners we are working now with are very happy to be also the partners, not just for a short-term gas supply, for instance, with LNG, but for a long-term supply with hydrogen, which we then can use for our steel industry or chemical industry also. So this is an already existing strategy, which becomes now more velocity and which we will work on, and this is one of the decisions we already took.
Next question here. Nächste Frage hier.
Ulrike Koltermann von der AfD. Herr Bundeskanzler, die NATO hat 4 neue Battle Groups angekündigt.
Das sind Entscheidungen, die gemeinsam getroffen werden. Sie wissen, dass wir heute schon eine solche bei der Enhanced Forward Presence in Litauen aktiv sind. Diese Maßnahmen haben wir gerade verstärkt. Wir sind auch jetzt dabei, in der Slowakei uns zu beteiligen an dem Aufbau, der dort geplant ist. Sie wissen, dass wir am Air Policing teilnehmen in Rumänien. Und wir sind auch bereit, über andere Dinge zu diskutieren, wenn wir dann gefragt werden. Ohnehin ist es ja so, dass mit der Entscheidung, die wir getroffen haben, die Bundeswehr mit mehr finanziellen Mitteln für ihre Investitionsentscheidungen auszustatten, auch verbunden ist, dass wir ganz besonders die Aufgabe in großem Umfang wahrnehmen können, zu der Deutschland angesichts seiner geografischen Lage und seiner Größe auch berufen ist, nämlich Landverteidigung zu organisieren und die dazu notwendige Kraft aufzubauen.
Spiegel. Markus Becker from the Spiegel magazine.
Bundeskanzler, in der Gipfelerklärung ist ja auch China erwähnt und wird aufgerufen, dort alles zu unterlassen, was Russland in diesem Krieg militärisch oder ökonomisch helfen könnte. Und hat ja der amerikanische Präsident abseits davon der chinesischen Regierung auch schon mit Konsequenzen gedroht, sollte die Russland trotzdem unterstützen. Würden Sie, würde Deutschland Sanktionen gegen China, welche Art auch immer, mittragen oder ergreifen, sollte Unterstützung von dort an Russland?
Die Haltung, die G7 zu dieser Frage haben, findet sich in der von Ihnen eben zitierten Erklärung, auf die wir uns ja verständigt haben und die nicht zufällig so ist. Ich kann Ihnen berichten, dass auch ich ein Gespräch mit dem chinesischen Präsidenten über diese Frage geführt habe, zusammen mit dem französischen Präsidenten, wo wir uns sehr dafür eingesetzt haben, dass China die Invasion in die Ukraine verurteilt und dargestellt haben, wie unsere Haltung zu diesem Thema ist.
Als nächstes Thomas Kutschke, FAZ. Thomas Kutschke, FAZ.
Herr Bundeskanzler, die NATO hat einen Teil ihrer ABC-Abwehrkräfte in erhöhte Alarmbereitschaft versetzt. Gibt es nach Ihrer Einschätzung eine konkrete Gefahr, dass solche Waffen, biologische, chemische oder nukleare Waffen in der Ukraine zum Einsatz kommen?
Wir wissen alle das Gleiche, und weil wir darüber öffentlich reden, Sie auch, nämlich, dass es ja tatsächlich so ist, dass Russland immer mehr darüber redet, dass die Ukraine biologische und chemische Waffen entwickle oder andere das täten, was alles nicht wahr ist und völlig nicht stimmt. Aber man muss das ja zur Kenntnis nehmen und deshalb sagen, wenn da jetzt vorbereitet werden soll, irgendeine False-Flag-Aktion oder was weiß ich auch immer, indem dann diejenigen, die darauf immer hinweisen, dann tatsächlich selber solche Waffen einsetzen, dann wäre das ein Bruch mit allen Regeln und Vereinbarungen und allen Konventionen, die existieren. Und deshalb ist es unser aller Anliegen, darauf nicht nur öffentlich hinzuweisen, sondern auch in den Gesprächen, die wir führen, zu sagen, tu das nicht.
Last question.
Ja, Herr Bundeskanzler, Robert Balben, Wall Street Journal, nochmal nachhaken zur Frage der Waffen. Mich würde mal interessieren, Deutschland hat ja hauptsächlich zurzeit ältere Waffensysteme an die Ukraine geschickt, zum Teil sogar noch aus der DDR-Zeit. Die Frage für Sie, hat die Bundesregierung Pläne, moderneres Material, vielleicht sogar aus der deutschen Industrie, die jetzt gebaut werden, an die Ukraine zu liefern, damit die vernünftig zurückkommen kann?
Ihre Frage beruht auf einer falschen Tatsachenerkenntnis.
fight back. Well, your question is based on false facts.
Waffen zur Verfügung gestellt, die eine gewisse Tradition auch in der Ukraine haben, weil sie bei uns verfügbar waren. Aber wir haben auch nagelneues Material, mit dem die Bundeswehr selbst arbeitet, zur Verfügung gestellt. Und im Übrigen gibt es ja neben uns selbst als Ressource auch andere Supply Chains, die da existieren. Also Ihre Information ist schlichtweg falsch.
Gut, ich glaube, damit sind alle Fragen beantwortet, die Sie gestellt haben.
Schönen Dank.
Good afternoon. We have just finished an extraordinary summit of NATO leaders to address the biggest threat to our security in a generation, President Putin's war against Ukraine. The people of Ukraine are resisting with courage and determination, fighting for their freedom and for their future. We stand with them. President Zelensky addressed us with an impassioned message, thanking NATO allies for the significant support we are providing and stressing the vital importance of even more military assistance. Today, NATO leaders agreed that we must and will provide further support to Ukraine. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs on Russia, and we will reinforce allied deterrence and defense. Leaders approved our 4 new battle groups in Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania and Slovakia. These are in addition to the 4 already in the Baltic countries and Poland. So we have 8 multinational NATO battle groups now, from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea. Across Europe, there are 100,000 US troops supporting NATO efforts, and European allies and Canada have also stepped up. We have 40,000 forces under direct NATO command, mostly in the eastern part of the alliance, backed by major air and naval power, including an unprecedented 5 carrier strike groups from the high north to the Mediterranean. Today, NATO leaders agreed to reset our deterrence and defence for the longer term, to face a new security reality. On land, we will have substantially more forces in the eastern part of the alliance at higher readiness, with more pre-positioned equipment and supplies. In the air, we will deploy more jets and strengthen our integrated air and missile defence. At sea, we will have carrier strike groups, submarines, and significant numbers of combat ships on a persistent basis. We will also strengthen our cyber defences and enhance our exercises, focusing on collective defence and interoperability. I expect we will decide on the details at our next summit in Madrid in June. Today, Allied leaders also agreed to provide further support to Ukraine, helping to uphold their fundamental right to self-defense. Allies are also equipping Ukraine with significant military supplies, including anti-tank and air defense systems and drones, which are proving highly effective, as well as substantial financial and humanitarian aid. Today, we agreed to do more, including cyber security assistance and equipment to help Ukraine protect against biological, chemical, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection, protection and medical supplies, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are determined to do all we can to support Ukraine, and I welcome the concrete offers of assistance made by allies today. At the same time, we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate further, because this would be even more dangerous and more devastating. Allies agreed that we must also increase our support for other partners at risk from Russia at risk from Russian threats and interference, including Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Working together and with the European Union, we must help them uphold their sovereignty and strengthen their resilience. We also addressed Beijing's role in the crisis. Today, Allied leaders called on China to refrain from supporting Russia's war effort. China must not provide economic or military support for the Russian invasion. Instead, Beijing should use its significant influence on Russia and promote an immediate peaceful resolution. Allies also agree that Belarus must stop acting as an accomplice to Putin's invasion. At today's meeting, leaders reaffirmed our strong commitment to NATO's open door policy under Article 10 of the Washington Treaty. NATO enlargement has been an historic success, spreading democracy, freedom and prosperity across Europe. 1 month since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO's security environment has fundamentally changed for the long haul, and we are responding. But security does not come for free, and doing more will cost more. So NATO leaders agreed to redouble efforts to meet the defence investment pledge we made in 2014. Allies will submit additional plans on how to meet the pledge in time for the Madrid Summit in June. And I welcome that a number of allies today announced plans for significant increases in defence spending. At this dangerous time, transatlantic unity and solidarity are vital. Europe and North America are standing and will continue to stand strong together in NATO. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
Okay, CNN. Hi, Mr. Secretary General. Thank you.
President Zelensky, in his address to NATO, accused Russia of deploying phosphorus munitions. I'm wondering whether NATO has seen evidence of that and what your response is or would be. And then I'm wondering, did you discuss during this meeting a permanent basing of forces in any of these countries, such as the Baltics, and abandoning the NATO-Russia Founding Act?
So we are resetting NATO's deterrence and defense for the long term, with more troops, with more air assets and more maritime capabilities. We have already increased our presence in the East, and today we decided on 4 new battle groups, and the leaders agreed to task our military commanders to provide options for a long-term reset of our presence, our military posture in the eastern part of the alliance and across the whole alliance. Details will be then decided at our summit in June, but that comes on top of what we have already done. So this is long-term. We are prepared for long haul, because we can already today say that the Russian invasion, President Putin's invasion of Ukraine, has changed our security environment for the long term. It's a new reality. It's a new normal, and NATO is responding for the long term. We have seen very credible reports about the use of military force against civilians, and of course this is of great concern for all NATO allies.
NBC.
Secretary General, thank you for taking my question. How do you believe NATO will respond if China begins to support Russia economically and perhaps with military supplies? And also, do you believe that there's a role to play for NATO when it comes to alleviating energy costs? And I'm talking about speaking directly to Saudi Arabia and other OPEC producers. Thank you.
So NATO allies are coordinating their efforts when it comes to also energy security, and it was also addressed in the meeting today, to step up supplies, to diversify sources of supply, and also to reduce dependence on supplies from Russia. And later on today, I also participate in the G7 meeting, and of course, in different frameworks, G7 working with the EU, there are different formats where NATO allies address the need to strengthen energy security and reduce dependence on Russian oil and gas. Our message to China is that they should join the rest of the world and clearly condemn the brutal war against Ukraine, and not support Russia, neither with economic support or, of course, not with military support.
Okay, we'll go to Interfax Ukraine, lady in the second row. Yeah.
General News Agency Interfax Ukraine. I would like to ask you if Polish leadership put at the table today for discussion the proposal to send peacekeeping mission to Ukraine, and if yes, what kind of discussion it was, and is there some conclusion? Thank you.
As we discussed a wide range of issues, and the message is that we have to stand united, and also that we need to provide support to Ukraine, but at the same time we have a responsibility to ensure that this conflict do not become a full-fledged war between NATO and Russia. And that's also the reason why allies have made it clear that we will not deploy troops on the ground in Ukraine, because the only way to do that is to be prepared to engage in full conflict with Russian troops.
Okay, Financial Times.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Congratulations on your the alliance strengthen its protection against those threats? Thank you.
So we are concerned, partly because we see the rhetoric and we see that Russia is trying to create some kind of pretext accusing Ukraine, United States, NATO allies for preparing to use chemical and biological weapons. And we have seen before that this way of accusing others is actually a way to create a pretext for do the same themselves. And of course, the accusations against Ukraine and NATO allies are absolutely false. Any use of chemical weapons will totally change the nature of the conflict. It will be a blatant violation of international law, and it will have widespread consequences and, of course, be extremely dangerous. It will affect the people in Ukraine, but there's also a risk that will have a direct effect on people living in NATO countries, because we can see contamination, we can see the spread of chemical agents or biological weapons into our countries. We also know that Russia has used chemical agents against its own opposition, and they have used it on NATO territory in Salisbury before. And we also know that Russia has facilitated, supported the Assad regime in Syria when they used chemical weapons against their own population. So this just highlights the importance of ending this war immediately, because this is a dangerous situation. And therefore we impose the sanctions, therefore we support Ukraine. Allies agreed to supply equipment to help Ukraine protect against chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear threats. This could include detection equipment, protection and medical support, as well as training for decontamination and crisis management. We are also enhancing allies' preparedness and readiness for chemical and biological and nuclear threats. Our top military commander, General Walters, has activated NATO's chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear defense elements, and allies are deploying additional chemical and biological and nuclear defenses to reinforce our existing and new battle groups. So we are taking measures both to support Ukraine and also to defend ourselves.
Okay, we'll go to Al Jazeera.
Secretary General James Bays from Al Jazeera. President Zelensky, when he addressed you, recalled the fact he first spoke to you a month ago, and he says he didn't get clear answers. So this time he asked you specifically for 1% of all your tanks, for 1% of all your aircraft, for multi-launch rocket systems, anti-ship weapons and means of air defence. A very specific list. What is your clear answer?
We all listened very carefully to President Zelensky, and many of the leaders in the room have had contacts with him over these weeks. I also spoke with him, and the Ukrainian defense minister participated in our defense ministerial meeting last week. We listened carefully, and of course we took note of his very compassionate message to all NATO allies. NATO allies provide significant support to Ukraine. And we provide also lethal weapons, advanced systems, and also systems that help them to shoot down planes and attack battle tanks with anti-tank weapons, and many other types of systems, including drones. I will not go into the details of the exact type of systems we are deploying. There's close contact between NATO allies and Ukraine. But what I can say is that allies do what they can to support Ukraine with weapons so Ukraine can defend themselves. Self-defense is a right enshrined in the UN Charter. At the same time, we have a responsibility to prevent this conflict from becoming a full-fledged war in Europe involving not only Ukraine and Russia, but NATO allies and Russia. That will be more dangerous and more devastating. And I think we have to be honest about that, and that's exactly what we have been in our meeting today, and also what I say to you in the press conference now.
So again, no clear answer.
Well, what we do is that we are delivering a lot of equipment, and that is an answer, but I will not go into the details. I don't think that's wise for operational reasons if I listed exactly what and when and how. We are delivering essential equipment to Ukraine. NATO allies have stepped up, and it's essential for the progress they have been able to make in the fight against the invading Russian forces.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I know there are many questions. I'm afraid the Secretary General needs to go to the G7 meeting, but there will be other briefings throughout the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kıymetli basın mensupları, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, muhabbetle selamlıyorum. NATO olağanüstü zirvesi vesilesiyle sizlerle beraber olmaktan duyduğum memnuniyeti özellikle ifade etmek istiyorum. NATO Genel Sekreteri Stoltenberg'e kritik bir dönemde bu liderler toplantısına öncülük ettiği için şahsım, ülkem ve milletim adına teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli dostum Sayın Stoltenberg'i gerek bu zorlu dönemde sergilediği dirayetli liderlik, gerekse bizim de kuvvetle desteklediğimiz görev süresinin uzatılması dolayısıyla canı gönülden tebrik ediyorum. Belçika makamlarına da zirveye başarılı ev sahipliklerinden ötürü tebrik ve takdirlerimi iletiyorum. Sadece Avrupa güvenlik mimarisinin değil, küresel güvenlik algısının da kökten değiştiği bir süreçten geçiyoruz. Ukrayna ve Rusya savaşı bugün itibariyle birinci ayını geride bıraktı. NATO müttefikleri olarak hem güncel gelişmeleri hem de ittifakın cari güvenlik ortamında aldığı tedbirleri değerlendirmek üzere liderler seviyesinde bir araya geldik. 25 Şubat'ta video konferans yöntemiyle düzenlenen zirvenin ardından NATO'nun bir kez daha birlik ve dayanışma mesajı vermesi anlamlıdır. Türkiye'nin Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğüne ve egemenliğine 2014 yılından bu yana sergilediği kuvvetli destek herkesin malumudur. Kırım'ın ilhakını tanımadığımızı ve tanımayacağımızı her fırsatta ifade etmeyi de sürdürüyoruz. Zirve vesilesiyle Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğüne yönelik desteğimizi bir kez daha güçlü biçimde vurguladık. Rusya'nın Ukrayna'ya saldırısıyla ilgili tutumumuz da bu ilkeli politikamızla uyumludur ve nettir. Savaşın neden olduğu yıkım ve insani trajedi ortadadır. Tahrip olan şehirler, adeta enkaza dönen hastaneler, okullar, evler, bütün varlığını bir bavula sığdırmış gözü yaşlı mülteciler, korku ve endişenin pençesinde kıvranan masum çocuklar, savaşın kanlı yüzünü bizlere tekrar hatırlatmıştır. Bu savaş özellikle çocuklar ve kadınlar üzerinde izleri senelerce silinmeyecek çok ağır travmalara yol açıyor. Çatışmalar uzadıkça maalesef her iki tarafta da savaşın yıkıcılığı artıyor. Bu süreçte Türkiye gerek coğrafi konumu gerekse NATO müttefiki olarak özel ve istisnai bir yerde duruyor. Öncelikle Ukrayna ve Rusya Karadeniz'den komşumuz olan iki ülkedir. Ukrayna ile köklü, çok boyutlu ve yakın ilişkilerimizin yanı sıra stratejik ortaklığımız var. Bir diğer komşumuz Rusya ile yapıcı ve karşılıklı güvene dayalı diyalog içinde olmaya özen gösteriyoruz. Son 11 yıldır Suriye'deki savaşın yükünü adeta tek başına taşıyan bir ülke olarak bölgemizde sulh sükunun hakim kılınması için çalışıyoruz. Savaşın bir an önce sona erdirilmesine yönelik olarak iki ülkeyle de yoğun temas halindeyiz. Taraflar arasındaki müzakereleri yakından takip ediyor ve destekliyoruz. Müzakere sürecini kolaylaştırmak için şimdiye kadar birçok adım attık. Antalya'da Dışişleri Bakanlarını bir araya getirmemiz ve bilahare Dışişleri Bakanımın Moskova ve Lviv temasları bir dönüm noktası olmuştur. Nihai çözümün her iki ülkenin ve uluslararası kamuoyunun kabul edeceği muteber bir formüle dayanması gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Ukrayna'nın egemenliği ve bağımsızlığı temel öncelik olmalı. Müzakerelerde bazı noktalarda ilerleme kaydedilmesini ihtiyatlı bir iyimserlikle karşılıyoruz. Savaşın başından itibaren Montreux Sözleşmesi'nin ülkemize sağladığı yetkileri Karadeniz'de gerilimi düşürmek amacıyla kullanıyoruz. İnsani yardımlar noktasında da üzerimize düşeni fazlasıyla yapıyoruz. Şu ana kadar 56 tır bölgeye insani yardım göndermiş durumdayız. Ve göndermeye de devam ediyoruz. Ukraynalılar da dahil 63 binden fazla kişinin çatışma bölgelerinden ayrılmasına yardımcı oldu. Türkiye'ye giriş yapan Ukraynalıların sayısı ise 60 bine yaklaştı. Ukrayna ve komşularına bu insani yardımları bundan sonra da göndermeye devam edeceğiz. Gerek AFAD, Türk Kızılayı gibi resmi kurumlarımız, gerekse sivil toplum kuruluşlarımız sahada çok büyük bir özveriyle çalışıyorlar. Her türlü riske ve tehdide rağmen milletimizin âli cenaplığını ve dayanışma ruhunu temsil eden tüm kuruluşlarımızı buradan tebrik ediyorum. Avrupa Güvenlik ve İşbirliği Teşkilatı Ukrayna Gözlem Misyonu'nun 142 görevlisini de İstanbul üzerinden tahliye edildi. Son 8 yıldır dünyada en fazla mülteciye ev sahipliği yapan ki yaklaşık 5 milyon mülteciye ev sahipliği yapan ülkeyiz. Dostlarımızın içinde bulunduğu zorluğu biz gayet iyi anlıyoruz. Mültecilere sahip çıkma konusunda uluslararası toplumun iyi bir imtihan veremediğini de geçmişteki acı tecrübelerimizden çok iyi biliyoruz. Evini ve yurdunu terk etmek zorunda kalan çaresiz insanların göz rengine, diline, inancına, kültürüne göre ayrımcılığa uğramasını esefle karşılıyoruz. Başta Avrupa ülkeleri olmak üzere herkes kapısına gelen mültecileri desteklemeli, sıkıntılarının hafifletilmesi için elini taşın altına koymalıdır. Bizi insan kılan, bizi diğer canlılardan ayıran sadece kendi acımıza değil, başkalarının acısına yönelik hassasiyetimizdir, empati duygumuzdur. 11 yıldır Suriyeli kardeşlerimizin son bir aydır Ukrayna halkının yaşadığı zorlukların gelecekte bir başka ülkenin başına gelmeyeceğinin hiçbir garantisi yoktur. Türkiye olarak insanı yaratılmışların en şereflisi gören medeniyet anlayışımız çerçevesinde hiçbir ayrım yapmadan ihtiyaç sahiplerinin yanında olmayı sürdüreceğiz. Değerli basın mensupları, bugünkü zirvede izlediğimiz aktif ve ilkeli politikayı ve sarf ettiğimiz etkin diplomatik gayretleri kapsamlı biçimde müttefiklerimizle paylaştım. İttifakın Avrupa Atlantik güvenliğine yönelik tehditler karşısında nasıl mukabele edeceğine dair kapsamlı görüş alışverişinde de bulunduk. NATO'nun mevcut savaş ortamında Ukrayna'ya siyasi ve pratik desteğini sürdürürken gerçekçi ve stratejik bir yaklaşımla hareket etmesi şarttır. Zirvede aldığımız kararlarda tamamen NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunma yapılanmasını güçlendirmeye yönelik adımlardır. İttifakın Rusya'ya ya da başka bir üçüncü ülkeye tehdit oluşturacak bir yapılanma içinde olmadığının altını bu şekilde bir kez daha çizmiş olduk. Muhtemel çatışmalar ve krizler karşısında müttefiklerin etkin biçimde korunmasına yönelik tedbirler alınırken güvenliğin bölünmezliği ilkesinin önemine özellikle dikkat çektik. 360 derece güvenlik anlayışının temel düstur olduğunu vurguladım. Bu vesileyle terörizmle mücadele dahil olmak üzere milli önceliklerimizi ve hassasiyetlerimizi müttefiklerimiz nezdinde bir kez daha dile getirdim. Türkiye, İttifak dayanışması ruhunu esas alarak NATO'nun caydırıcılık ve savunma tedbirlerine gerekli katkıyı vermeye devam edecektir. Müttefiklerimizden de aynı dayanışmayı bekliyoruz. Türk savunma sanayi ürünlerinin başarıları ortadayken bu alanda karşılaştığımız engellemelerin hiçbir makul gerekçesi olamaz. Savunma sanayimizin önüne bizzat bazı müttefiklerimiz tarafından konan kısıtlamaların artık kaldırılması ortak menfaatimizdir. Müttefikler arasında gizli açık ambargoların bırakın uygulanmasını, konuşulmaması, hatta gündeme dahi gelmemesi gerekir. Bu konudaki beklentilerimizi liderlerle açıkça paylaştım. Bugünkü toplantımız Haziran ayında Madrid'de düzenlenecek NATO zirvesine giden süreçte önemli bir kilometre taşını oluşturuyor. Madrid'de ittifakın geleceğini şekillendirecek, NATO'yu önümüzdeki 10 yıllara taşıyacak kararların alınacağı bir zirvenin icrası planlanıyor. Şüphesiz bu kararların içinde NATO'nun yeni stratejik konsepti ön plana çıkacaktır. Türkiye, NATO'nun geçmişinde ve bugününde söz sahibi olduğu gibi bu sürece olan katkılarıyla ittifakın geleceğinde de söz sahibidir. Değerli basın mensupları, savaşın başlangıcından beri nedenli yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği içinde olduğumuzu sizler çok yakından biliyorsunuz. Dünya liderlerinin çoğuyla kapsamlı görüşmeler gerçekleştirdim. Birçok mevkidaşımla sık sık temas ederek fikir teatisinde bulundum. Bugün de muhtar temaslarımın yanı sıra Avrupa Birliği dönem başkanı olan Fransa Cumhurbaşkanı, İtalya, Estonya, İspanya ve Birleşik Krallık Başbakanlarıyla ikili görüşmeler gerçekleştirdim. Zirveye katılan diğer devlet ve hükümet başkanlarıyla da temaslarımız oldu. Bu görüşmelerde mevkidaşlarımla ağırlıklı olarak Ukrayna'daki gelişmeleri ele aldık. Ayrıca ikili gündemimiz çerçevesinde istişarelerde bulunduk. Bu vesileyle Avrupa Birliği liderleriyle katılım sürecimizin canlandırılmasına, Gümrük Birliği'nin güncellenmesi müzakerelerine başlanmasına, kurumsal işbirliği mekanizmalarına yeniden işlerlik kazandırılmasına, vize serbestisi sürecinde esneklik sağlanmasına, birliğin geliştirdiği ortak savunma ve güvenlik yapılarında Türkiye'ye hak ettiği yerin verilmesine dair beklentilerimizi bir kez daha paylaştım. Yine bu süreçte küresel barış ve istikrarı sağlamakla görevli kurumların yeniden yapılandırılmasına dair artan ihtiyacı da dile getirdim. Suriye'den Libya'ya, Yemen'den son olarak Ukrayna'daki savaşa kadar yaşadığımız tüm krizlerde sistemin bizatihi adaletsiz yapısından kaynaklı sorunları gördük, acı bir şekilde tecrübe ettik. Geldiğimiz noktada başta Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi olmak üzere küresel güvenlik mimarisinin ciddi bir reforma tabi tutulması kaçınılmazdır. Bu reformu yapmak sadece krizlerde hayatını kaybeden insanlara değil, aynı zamanda evlatlarımıza karşı da sorumluluğumuzun bir gereğidir. Kendi vatandaşlarımızla birlikte tüm insanlığın huzuru ve selameti için dünyanın 5'ten büyük olduğu gerçeğini hatırlatmaya devam edeceğiz. NATO'ya üyeliğinin 70. yılını idrak eden Türkiye, gerek diplomatik, gerek askeri gücüyle bölgesinde barışın, istikrarın tesisi ve muhafazası yönünde azim ve kararlılığa sahiptir. Bu vesileyle ev sahibimiz Belçika hükümetine ve NATO Genel Sekreteri değerli dostum Stoltenberg'e bir zirvenin daha başarılı bir şekilde icra edilmesi noktasındaki katkıları nedeniyle tekrar teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi hürmetle, muhabbetle selamlıyorum.
Ela Sezen Haber Global Televizyonu. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, siz de bahsettiniz. Ukrayna ve Rusya savaşında Türkiye arabuluculuk rolünü üstlendi. Bu konuda hem Rusya ile hem Ukrayna ile görüşen tek NATO ülkesi de Türkiye. Öte yandan iki lideri bir araya getirmek için yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği de yürütüyorsunuz. Bu çerçevede bugün zirvede NATO'nun Türkiye'den beklentileri var mıydı? Varsa hangi konular üzerine? Teşekkür ederim.
Tabii SALT Türkiye üzerinde yoğunlaşan değil, şu ana kadar yaptığımız çalışmalarla ilgili olarak Türkiye'ye şükran beyanlarında bulunan ülkeler oldu. Ve gerek Sayın Putin'le gerek Sayın Zelenski'yle görüşmelerimizi bundan sonra da devam ettireceğiz ve bütün gayretimiz bu iki lideri bir araya getirmek suretiyle özellikle de bir barış atmosferini oluşturmak. Zaten malum Beyaz Rusya'da devam eden süreçte ilgili bir teknik altyapının devam ettiği bu çalışmalarda gerek NATO, gerek silahsızlanma, gerek kolektif güvenlik, gerekse Rusya'nın resmi dil olarak kullanılması gibi konularda adeta bir ittifak söz konusu. Ama bunun dışında bir Kırım, bir Donbas meselesi var ki burada tabii buna Ukrayna'nın sıcak bakması adeta mümkün değil ve burada da haklı olarak Zelenski'nin ifade ettiği bunu referanduma getirme anlayışı da tüm Ukrayna halkının vereceği karardır demek suretiyle bence akıllı bir liderlik uygulamasını ortaya koymuştur.
Onur Doğan, TRT World. Efendim, Ukrayna'nın Türkiye'nin garantör ülke olmasını istiyoruz şeklinde bir talebi olmuştu. Bu talep bugünkü toplantıda gündeme geldi mi? Ayrıca Rusya'nın ateşkes şartlarını açıkladı. Bu talepler nezdinde kalıcı bir ateşkesten söz etmek mümkün mü? Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Şimdi arkadaşlar, malum bu görüşmeler devam ediyor. Bir işin teknik altyapı olarak devam ettiği görüşmeler boyutu var ki bu daha çok Beyaz Rusya'da devam eden bir süreçti. Ama bunun yanında özellikle Zelenski'nin bizimle yaptığı görüşmelerdeki talebidir ve bu talebinde de zaten Türkiye'nin bu işin içerisinde arabulucu rolünü üstlenmesini bizzat istiyor ve Rusya'nın da buna olumsuz yaklaşma gibi bir durum söz konusu değil. Dışişleri Bakanımla yaptığı görüşmelerde onların da buna olumlu bir yaklaşım sergilediği söz konusu. Temennimiz odur ki bu sürecin içerisinde yine liderlerle yapacağımız görüşmelerde inşallah buradan eğer Türkiye'nin arabuluculuğuna yönelik olumlu bir talep, teklif gelirse biz zaten buna hazırız. Bu ister Ankara olur, İstanbul olur, farklı bir vilayetimiz olur. Buralarda bu görüşmeyi yapmak suretiyle bu adımı atmaya hazır olduğumuzu söyledik.
ATV Sultan Akdoğan. Efendim siz de biraz önce kendi konuşmanızda bahsettiniz. Özellikle Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü bu yoğun barış diplomasisini liderlerle paylaştığınızdan aktif politikayı paylaştım diye altını çizdiniz. Gerek barış çabaları gerek Türkiye'nin tarafsız duruşu son dönemde dünyanın da dikkatini aslında Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü bu siyasete, bu politikaya çevirmiş durumda. Efendim siz bu çabalarınız zirveye nasıl yansıdı? Liderlerle görüşmenizde nasıl geri dönüşler aldınız? Teşekkür ederim.
Yani liderlerle görüşmemizde daha çok gerek ikili görüşmemizde liderlerden aldığımız tabii yaklaşım Türkiye'nin bu arada kurduğu ilişkilerin nedenli sıcak olduğu, nedenli buralardan olumlu bir yaklaşım sergilediği ve bundan dolayı da tabii bizlere teşekkürleri oldu. Ve liderler zirvesinde ayrıca orada da yine Türkiye'ye yönelik teşekkürler var. Attığımız bu adımlardaki sıcak temaslar tabii liderlerin de dikkatini çekiyor ve Türkiye olarak bundan sonraki süreçte de aynı yaklaşımı devam ettireceğiz. Ve bizim tabii yaklaşımımızda ta başından itibaren medya mensuplarının bize yönelttiği soruya verdiğimiz cevabı hatırlayın. Demiştik ki bizim Sayın Putin'le de temaslarımız olumlu istikamette devam edecektir. Sayın Zelenski ile de yine olumlu istikamette devam edecektir. Yani bizimki adeta her zaman bir barış politikası olmuştur. Çünkü barış politikasının dışında bir yöntem kazandırmaz, kaybettirir. Nitekim şu an itibariyle de durum bunu gösteriyor ve bizim yine temennimiz bu arayışı sürdürmek ve bu arayışla beraber de işi barıştırabilmek. Bunu sağlamak için de elimizden gelen gayreti göstermeye devam edeceğiz.
Enver Kaptanoğlu, CNN Türk. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, zirvenin hemen öncesinde Fransız mevkidaşınız Emmanuel Macron'la bir görüşmeniz oldu. Görüşmenin içeriğine dair bilgi verebilir misiniz? Teşekkür ederim.
Şimdi değerli arkadaşlar, malum Fransa seçime gidiyor. Ve seçime gittiği bir dönemde Sayın Macron'la tabii ağırlıklı olarak yine gündemimiz Rusya, Ukrayna arasındaki bu savaş idi. Ama bunun dışında Türkiye-Fransa ilişkileriyle alakalı gerek siyasi, gerek askeri, gerek ekonomik, gerek kültürel birçok konularda nereden nereye geldik, bundan sonraki süreçte neler yapabiliriz, bunları kendisiyle etraflıca görüştüğümüz çok verimli, faydalı bir buluşma oldu. Temennim odur ki seçim sonrası gelişmelere göre bu süreci Türkiye-Fransa ilişkileri olarak devam ettirmek.
Erdem Anılan, Sabah gazetesi. Zirve ortak bildirisinde gerek Rusya'ya, gerek Çin'e uyarılar yapıldı. Yani bir ateşkes çağrısı, Çin'e de uyarı yapıldı. Bildiride yer alan uyarı, çağrı ve yaptırımların ağırlaştırılması noktasında gelinen noktada çözüm için bu yeterli olacak mıdır? Ayrıca Türkiye'nin yürüttüğü barış diplomasisi ve tarafsız duruşu diğer ülkelerin de örnek alabileceği bir model oluşturdu mu? Öngörüleriniz nedir? Teşekkür ederim.
Değerli arkadaşlar, yani görünen gerçek şu, o da hemen hemen NATO ülkelerinin büyük bir çoğunluğu ağırlıklı olarak yaptırımlar üzerinden hareket ediyorlar. Çünkü yaptırımların dışındaki yöntemlerin faydalı olamayacağı kanaati hemen hemen liderlerin büyük bir çoğunluğunda hakim. Ve dolayısıyla sonuç bildirgesinde de hakim olan ruh bu. Peki, çok teşekkür ediyorum. Sağ olun, var olun.
Deputy Mayor Maria Torres Springer, New York Yankees President Randy Levine, local business partners, and all of our Mets employees who are here today, including those who are affiliated, union affiliated. You know, it's wonderful to have a mayor at Citi Field on a day that we're not playing the Red Sox. Steve and Alex Cohen are committed to the city of New York. During the height of the COVID epidemic, there are almost $17 million fund to help local businesses here in Queens, as well as the location of a vaccination center here at Citi Field. Now, we're proud to partner with the mayor and his team in their effort to reopen New York City and drive the economic recovery. Mayor Adams asked that this event be held in the Jackie Robinson Rotunda. Our home opener on April 15th coincides with the first game Jackie Robinson played for the Brooklyn Dodgers, starting at first base, April 15, 1947. We look forward during that April 15th game to celebrating Jackie's accomplishments and the historic nature of his start with the Dodgers that changed baseball and changed America. We look forward to not only celebrating Jackie, but the 9 ideals that drove him to the success that he achieved. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you the 110th Mayor of New York City, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you so much, Sandy and Randy. It's good to see you. Let me be clear on something. I'm the mayor of the city, and I'm going to make some tough choices. And people are not going to agree with some of them. They're going to look through their primary lens. They're going to talk about different things. But generals lead from the front. I was not elected to follow. I was not elected to be fearful, but to be fearless. I must move this city forward. If it's about ridding our streets of guns, it's about turning around our educational system, it's about dealing with our economy. I know people would like to stay and just pinpoint one issue and one item and make a decision, but I have to take the totality of my city and your city to turn around. And I want to be clear, I am unafraid of making the decisions, just like I was unafraid to put on that uniform and patrol the streets of this city. Tough choices take a tough person to be able to make them. And I know and you know, 8.8 million people in this city, 30 million opinions. I got it. And today, the decision we're not making it loosely, haphazardly. We're not doing it because they're precious to do it. We're doing it because the city has to function. We're leading the entire country, for the most part, in unemployment. We're seeing unbelievable vacancies in our business district. Everyday men and women that are standing right here is dependent on our economy turning around so they can provide for their families. Then we have to have vaccination rules to make sure that we don't close down the city again. You take all of the combinations of what we must do, and you realize you better have a mayor that's willing to make those tough choices and willing to stand up and do what's right. And that is what we're doing today. Today, we're joining and saying that we will continue to take steps for New Yorkers, for visitors to come back to this city, to ensure that union employees are working, to ensure that we open our entertainment venues, our ballparks, our concert stages, to bring people to this city. A multi-billion-dollar industry is tied to tourism. That's a real issue for us. And I've always said over and over again, We're going to focus on the science. We're going to do what's right, and we're going to make sure we're healthy. And being healthy is not only physically healthy, it's economically healthy. Unemployment leads to the economic unhealthiness of this city. All of these things are taken into mind. And since we lifted the mask mandate for K-12 students, cases have remained low. I stated we were going to peel this back in a smart way, one step at a time. And the same goes with our lifting of the Patriot requirements under the key to New York City. Another layer peeled away. New York City is at a low-risk environment. And so today we take another step in the city's economic recovery and support local businesses, entertainers, and performances, and those performance venues across the entire city. And just like as any player, some people will boo us, but there are also those who will be employed and would cheer us. That is not only the game of baseball, but that's the game of life. And we have to be on the field in order to win in both the game of life. Today I signed Emergency Executive Order 62, expanding the performance exemption to private employer mandates. This is about putting New York City-based performance on a level playing field. Day one, when I was mayor, I looked at the rule that stated hometown players had an unfair disadvantage for those who were coming to visit. And immediately I felt we needed to look at that, but my medical professionals say, Eric, we're at a different place. We have to wait until we're at a place where we're at a low area and we can re-examine some of the mandates. We're here today. Currently, only non-residents are exempt under this executive order. We expanded it to residents of New York City. It's unimaginable. We were treating our performers differently because they lived and played for home teams. It's not acceptable. This exemption has been put in our sports teams as at a self-imposed competitive disadvantage. But this new order would help boost our economy. Now, before I go on, let's be clear about this. I've said it and I will continue to say, all of us should be vaccinated, even our players. We will continue to promote vaccinations and booster shots. It's imperative that we do so. That's how we got here. That's why we have an NBA season, because of the vaccination. Over 90% of players did so. And I'm hoping that we will reach the 100% numbers in both Major League Baseball and in basketball and other professional sports. We will continue to push and hope that they do the vaccination and booster shots. This is about supporting our local vendors, our local stores and performers. Walking outside of Yankee Stadium the other day and hearing those vendors on the ground that benefit from the baseball season saying how important it is. Players attract people to the stadium. And even here in this area where, what I will continue to say, Shea Stadium, vendors benefit. These union employees who make sure this field is operating benefit from the teams being here. And our nightlife, we're going to keep our nightlife industry thriving. A $35.1 billion industry. Everything from the cook, the dishwasher, the bartender, the busboy or girl, all feeds into this nightlife industry. And by putting our home teams on equal playing field, we increase their chances of winning, and that has a real impact on our city. This is just not fans in the stands, but it is people in the stores. Every time a championship or a game is played here at Yankee or Met Stadium, it's a boost to $11 million into our economic impact for New York City during the playoff seasons. These are real dollars, and they play a major role. And I want to be clear, expanding this exemption, which only applies to a small number of people, is crucial. We are simply making sure The rules apply equally to everyone who is a performer, regardless of where they perform their craft. We're going to continue to ensure that New York City is safe and our economy recover in a real way. We will look for other ways to ease restrictions, which is when it is safe to do so. As I stated, we're going to peel it back and turn around the economy in this city. Tough choice, difficult choice. There are going to be those who will say yay and those who will say nay. But that's what I was elected to do. I was elected to make these tough choices. I think generals come during wartime and peacetime. This is a wartime. COVID is a battle. Our economy is a battle. Crime is a battle. I'm not a peacetime general. I'm a wartime general. And I'm not going to lead this city from the rear. I'm going to lead this city from the front. And that's what generals do. We need to recover our city from crime, from economic devastation, from uncertainty. This is the city I inherited, and this is not going to be the city that I'm going to leave. New York is back. They're going to be strong, they're going to be resilient, and they're going to show America how to be the resiliency that we all could become. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Eric Adams. Good morning, everyone. It's fantastic to be here at Citi Field. Thank you for hosting this morning's event. I first want to acknowledge colleagues in government as well as other guests, in particular the CEO of Health and Hospitals, Dr. Mitch Katz, the President of the New York City Economic Development Corporation, Andrew Kimball, our Small Business Services Commissioner, Kevin Kim, our head of our Office of Nightlife, Ariel Palitz, and of course all of the venue owners, the performers, small business owners, ballpark workers who have joined us here today. Now, exactly 2 weeks ago, the mayor and I stood at the Hunts Point Terminal Market in the Bronx and unveiled a blueprint to accelerate our economic recovery. Central to that vision is getting our city and its major industries back up and running quickly and safely. And today is another milestone in the city's continued reopening and resurgence. Now, just a little bit of history and background here. At a very different moment in our pandemic, the previous administration enacted an emergency executive order requiring venues and other establishments around the city to require proof of vaccination for both their staff and for patrons. Now, there was an exemption added to that requirement, allowing for visiting performing artists and professional athletes who are not vaccinated to still be able to sing at our music venues and play in our stadia. Now, that was a deliberate decision, of course, based on a relatively small number of individuals being exempted, which meant a minimal impact to public health, but an enormous impact to our struggling venues and entertainment sector by allowing them to book more performers and fill more seats. However, as the mayor mentioned, that original exemption was limited to non-New York City residents, essentially creating a double standard that disadvantaged local artists and athletes and really did continue to limit our full economic resurgence. The mayor, of course, has been committed to adjusting these types of restrictions, but only in a thoughtful, deliberate manner, always guided by science. And that is exactly what we are doing here today. By expanding the existing exemption to include New York City-based performers, we are leveling the playing field, and we are giving another significant boost to our concert halls, theaters, nightclubs, and the many bars, restaurants, and other small businesses that really depend on the visitors to those venues to drive customers. Now, this is not just about our professional sports teams, as amazing as they are, but it is also about, of course, our local performers and entertainers, whether you are a jazz musician playing in a club in Flatbush or a comedian taking stage at Comedy Cellar. Today, we are adjusting a policy that left New York City performers on an uneven playing field. And as the health indicators continue to improve, we are certainly looking forward to seeing our nightlife and entertainment industries come back to life. Now, those sectors, nightlife, entertainment, employ nearly 300,000 New Yorkers and generate, as the mayor mentioned, over $35 billion annually in economic output. Over the past 2 years, so the stakes here are really high. Over the past 2 years, there were job losses that hit industries in these sectors in very intense ways. Our nightlife sector lost close to 300,000 jobs at the peak of the pandemic, one of the starkest impacts of COVID. And it's still down about 80,000 from pre-pandemic levels. But thanks to the work of New Yorkers, including the roughly 90% of New Yorkers who got vaccinated, we are in the position of propelling this part of our economy. And we certainly look forward to the creative energy, the artistic expression, and of course, the World Series championships that are to come. So thanks to everyone for being here. Now I'd like to invite Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. On behalf of the New York Yankees, I want to thank you, Mayor Adams, for making this courageous decision. And I want to thank you for the way you made this courageous decision. There was a lot of attention to this, and when we heard all of the questions, the inquiries, we reached out to the mayor and his staff, who were spectacular, thorough, deliberate. They explained that they had an open mind, but that they were going to do this in the right way. They were going to follow the science, follow the medicine, and make sure that the safety of all New Yorkers was the paramount goal, and see if they can work through it. And that's exactly what you and your staff did. And I congratulate you not only for the decision, and thank you for it, but on the process you and your team engaged in. You know, as Sandy would tell you, we at Major League Baseball have a lot of experience, unfortunately, with COVID. We played 2 seasons under the most intense protocols that there was. So we understand the science, we understand the risk, we understand how it works, but we got through it. We get it. And that's why we wanted to give the mayor the time to get to where he got today. So this is a good decision. We all believe in vaccinations at Yankee Stadium. I think we vaccinated over 100,000 people. We all think that we need to keep people healthy. But as the deputy mayor said, you need economic health also. And I can tell you, around Yankee Stadium, which is the hub of the Bronx, it hasn't been that healthy. It's going to get healthy now. We have some representatives I brought with me today, in addition to Brian Smith, our Vice President for Community Affairs. We have Lisa Soren from the Bronx Chamber of Commerce and the famous Joe Bastone from Yankee Tavern. And they'll tell you now there's a buzz, there's an excitement, because we're going to be playing the Red Sox on April 7th, greatest rivalry in professional sports. And the Bronx and the city are going to be ready and rocking. We're going to get people out there, businesses open, selling merchandise, getting charged, getting people out of their house to get ready for a great season, which is going to happen here at Citi Field also. The Yankees and the Mets have two good teams this year. It's going to be exciting. So, Mayor Adams, thank you for your leadership. On behalf of the Yankees, we're excited. We're excited to play, and more important, we're excited to work with all the businesses in the Bronx, as we always have, and will continue to do, to lend all our support to really getting everybody back to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Now we're going to hear from a couple very, very important people in this equation. As the mayor mentioned, this is about businesses, small businesses in our city. It's about sports, but it's also about entertainment. And so first, the owner of Patsy's Pizzeria, Adem Briha. Adem, welcome, and let's hear a few words from you.
Thank you, everyone. Hi, my name's Adem Bria, and I'm the owner of Patsy's Pizzeria, one of New York City's oldest and most iconic pizzerias. Today, I'm joined alongside my fellow small business owners who, like myself, can tell you just how hard it was to keep our lights on during the peak of COVID-19. The exemption today is a critical lifeline that will benefit small businesses like us who depend on venues like Citi Field to drive business. We came to Citi Field because we wanted to be in one of New York City's greatest cultural venues, the home of the Mets, and also as a way to assist our brand by increasing consumer awareness. The decision today shows both the commitment of this mayor to small businesses as well as his exemplary leadership skills, as he has simultaneously led us by following the science while also keeping our economy going. And for that, thank you for your leadership, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Adem. And now, finally, I'd like to invite Chloe Smith, who's the events manager at the amazing King's Theater. Welcome, Chloe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chloe P. Smith. I am the event manager over at the historic King's Theater. For King's Theater, this expansion will directly benefit us, but not just us, our ecosystem. The artists, the New York-based artists, the ushers who count your tickets, the bartenders who pour your drinks, and the small business vendors we partner with daily. We depend on the steady reliance of shows to pay our bills and to keep our lights on. This new expansion allows us to continue the upward trajectory and make sure our staff have peace of mind. Thank you, Mayor Adams, for your leadership and support for working-class New Yorkers. Thank you.
Folks, we're going to take on-topic questions from members of the media. Please raise your hand, and we'll call on you. We'll go one by one. Andrew, step forward.
Mayor, when I asked you about whether you were going to roll back this mandate 2 days ago, you said that baseball and basketball and others were going to have to wait. They only had to wait 2 days. You also said you're relying on the science. The science hasn't changed in 2 days. So why did you make this decision now?
Well, First, that was accurate. They say have to wait. 2 days is still wait. I was not going to roll it out when I rolled out the other aspects. We're peeling it back. We had a plan based on my medical team on how we're going to roll it out. And we're at the date that we feel this is the time to roll it out.
So there's been a lot of criticism from both private and public employees who lost their jobs because of the vaccine mandate. I guess it's a twofold question. The first is, what is your response to that? And the second is for, I guess, Sandy Alderson and Randy Levine. Did you fire employees of both Citi Field and Yankee Stadium for not getting the vaccine? How many? And will they get their jobs back if they're not, you know, if it's the guy who works at Carvel or at the Mets team store?
I think to them, let's be clear, we had an urgent emergency pandemic, and I still take my hat off to the former mayor. It was some tough decisions he had to make. I know what it was like at the beginning of the pandemic. I know what it was like after the variants returned. We made the right decisions, and I stated over and over again, we are going to continue to pivot based on COVID pivoting. We will pivot with it and make the adjustment of both our medical care, our physical health, and our financial health. The timing is exactly where we felt we should be, and make the tough decision to execute the plan.
So I'm sorry, if Mr. Levine and Mr. Alderson, if you could just comment, because did you fire employees for business, and also doesn't that just speak to small business and economic if someone lost their job because they didn't get vaccinated?
Yeah, let me say on behalf of the Mets that we are fully committed to vaccinations, and we are a mandated employer. The vast majority, 99.5% of our employees complied with that mandate and are fully vaccinated. There were one or two cases that came up that people were not prepared to be vaccinated, and their situations, they were terminated.
You said 99% are vaccinated, but does that extend to the players?
Well, the players are unionized, and the players are sort of outside the scope of our mandate, just by virtue of our relationship with Major League Baseball, the Players Association, etc. So everyone involved with the Mets, including scouts who are not residing in New York City and may not even come to New York City or to Citi Field, everybody's required to be vaccinated.
Before you do that, let's be clear on those numbers, because I don't want you to miss those numbers. Over 90% of his employees, over 90% of NBA players, over 90% of baseball players. So let's not give the impression that the overwhelming number of people in the city participated and understood the urgency of the moment. The overwhelming number of New Yorkers knew we were under a real threat, and they participated. And so as we move forward, we are being extremely careful on how we move forward, because the overwhelming number of New Yorkers don't want to go back to what COVID did to us.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, take questions one at a time, Marcia.
Yes. How are you, Marcia?
I'm good, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
Quite well.
Glad you're having a good day. So here's the question. As I know you're well aware, almost every municipal union has come out to criticize you today, especially because about 1,400 or 1,500 city employees lost their jobs because they did not want to get vaccinated. I wonder if you're thinking, given the fact that you've lifted this mandate for baseball players, if you would consider rehiring those 1,400 or 1,500 city workers who lost their jobs because they didn't want to get the vaccine, or would you do anything for them to compensate for the fact that they did lose their jobs?
Not at this time. I want to take my hat off to those countless number of New Yorkers, municipal employees that understood what we were going through as a city, and they stood up and they did the right thing. They understood that regardless of their opinions and feelings, they were municipal workers. These cases were played out in court The judge ruled on behalf of the city, and I just want to commend those New Yorkers who are city employees, several 100,000 that knew we had to protect the city. And at this time, we are not reviewing if we're going to bring back those. A large number they were hired with the understanding they had to be vaccinated. They understood that. And they decided not to do so. So at this time, we're not entertaining it.
I'd like to just follow up on that question, because you have a situation where a lot of these unions are saying that they were the heroes during the pandemic and that they should be compensated for it, or they should be respected for it. So what do you want to say to your vast number of city workers who are feeling their noses are a little out of joint today? What do you want to say to them? Speak directly to them. I'm
saying to them they were heroes. 300 and almost 40,000 New York City employees, 1,400 did not comply. Over 340,000 New York City employees stated, we want to be heroes for our city. I say to them, we cannot thank them enough. Everything from police officers to firefighters to nurses to doctors to those who clean schools, delivered food, those are our heroes. And I want to tell them thank you. The 1,400,
we'll come back to this side for a second.
Mr. Mayor, wondering, how are these individuals any different from teachers who are required to get vaccinated against the NYPD? Why is this public health decision appear to be a carve-out? And are you worried that your decision will not be taken as seriously, again, given what Martin just asked as well? And also wondering, for the representatives from the Mets and the Yankees, how many of your players are unvaccinated right now? Can you give us a concrete number?
I think that this was a carve-out that the previous administration did. I don't think people really understand that. This carve-out already existed. It was unfair to New Yorkers. It stated, if you come to our city, we're going to treat you differently than what we would treat New Yorkers. We are correcting that, and we didn't do it automatically. We waited until we were comfortable enough, based on the medical team, that we would continue to move forward with a very strategic plan of recovering our economy and looking at some of the unfair things that we saw.
Why not just get rid of it for all the other employees and trying to get rid of it for this?
I think think the deputy mayor stated it best. We're talking about a small number of people that's having a major impact on our economy. There's a duality to what I must accomplish. I must accomplish keeping the city safe, and I must accomplish recovering our economy. That's a duality. It's not a one-size-fits-all. In each area, we're going to focus and make sure we have that combination.
For the Mets and the Yankees, how many of your players are vaccinated right now?
We have very few. Very few. It's not, we have a collective bargaining agreement, and I'm not at liberty to say how many, but it's very, very few.
You have a question? What about the Mets?
Hold on. We're not going to do calling now. Go ahead.
Answer the follow-up question.
A minority of our players are not vaccinated.
Okay, guys, we got to move on to the next one.
Yes.
The city fired more than 1,000 workers last month.
Yes.
How is this not actually creating a bigger double standard by saying that a handful of unvaccinated athletes are worth more to the city than 100 other workers who were fired?
Well, first of all, we're not talking about a handful of athletes, and I think this is the narrative that is unfortunate on what we're putting out there. I know struggling singers. I know struggling performance. We look at one or two athletes and we're not realizing the entire industry. We're part of a financial ecosystem that includes our nightlife, performance, artists, any entertainer. We created an unfair disadvantage to New York-based performers. I'm correcting that unfair disadvantage, and I'm doing it at the appropriate time when our numbers are low, and it's the right thing to do.
Mr. Mayor, I know you...
One at a time.
Mayor,
Yes.
in the executive order, is there a distinction between players and performers who live in the city or who are working here? And also, what's the next group that is going to ask you for an exemption?
Again, I'm going to tell you, like I told Andrew, there's going to become a moment when we're going to continue to look at what we can peel back to bring back a level of normality to our city. That's my goal, and I'm going to do it in a slow, methodic way with the health team.
What about the distinction? Do people, are they required to live in New York City to be eligible for the exemption, or is it just working?
Performing, working.
Mr. Mayor, I'd ask you, because you style yourself a shepherd of the sheep, but blue-collar mayor, to speak to the janitor or the popcorn vendor who reluctantly got the vaccine, will be here on opening day, and feels a little bent out of shape about this. Can you please speak to that person?
I did. They're right behind me. They're right here.
What did you say to them?
Thank you. Thank you for helping us get out of COVID. That we were all wearing one jersey, New York City, Team New York. And I'm saying thank you, because it's difficult to make decisions that you don't want to do, but when you look at the totality of your city and say, you know what, I'm going to lean into my discomfort so that I can make sure my city does not shut down again. So I say to them, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned legal challenges that the city has won on. Many critics of this have said it opens a door for legal challenges the city won't be able to withstand. What kind of counsel did you get from city lawyers on moving forward on this? Are you confident you're going to be able to withstand that? And I mean, it seems like the lawsuits are going to come pouring in now. How do you respond to that? What kind of counsel did you get from the lawyers?
Lawyers do what lawyers do. Doctors should not give advice for legal advice, and lawyers should not give medical advice. That is why they both have licenses to do different things. The lawyers, I would not be standing here today if I did not speak to the attorneys, and they said that this passes legal muster.
I've got one for Mr. Levine, too. You talked about how, as an organization, the Yankees believe in vaccinations. Aaron Judge's comments, is kind of wishy-washy statements on whether he's been vaccinated or not. Did the organization talk to him about that? I mean, he's a public figure with broad appeal, and he has the ability to influence a lot of people to get vaccinated. Could you speak on that at all?
we encourage everybody to be vaccinated. I think if you want to talk to a player, as I said, we have a collective bargaining agreement, you have to talk to that player. But we encourage everybody to be vaccinated. I'm vaccinated. Everybody in Yankee management is. I believe, I don't check it every day, but I think 99.9% of our people who work with us are vaccinated. So we stand behind vaccinations. And what Aaron Judge does and how he speaks is up to Aaron Judge. Just like if somebody asked you what your situation is, you should talk about it, not having other people talk about it.
One back here, yeah. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to see, what would you say to somebody who works for the Department of Education or the NYC or the SBY who either forced to retire or... You know, you can answer the same question 3 times if you want. What would you say to them that are watching because they're upset because to them, the perception is that sports athletes are getting
First of all, 0 police officers under the last round were removed. And I say to those who are frustrated, who are angry, this was a challenging time for all of us. And I respect their frustration. I respect their anger. COVID brought out frustration and anger in all of us. All of us. It was frustrating to go to the hospital and drop your loved ones off, never to see them again. It was frustrating to see the number of small businesses that closed down. It was frustrating to see children wearing masks and not being able to go to school. We're all frustrated. Now the question becomes, do we turn our pain into purpose? That's what it's about right now. Tough decision. And this is not the last one, trust me. You think this is the last tough decision I'm going to have to make as a mayor? No, it's not. There are going to be many tough decisions that I'm going to have to make as the mayor of the city of New York. And we should be glad that there's a mayor who's willing to make tough decisions to get us through these tough times.
You got a question back there. It's actually a question for Dr. Katz. Thinking back to what your workers were going through 2 years ago, how difficult it was to get a vaccine 1 year ago. What do you think about someone calling it courageous that unvaccinated people now have more ability in this city?
Dr. Katz, step up to the mic.
I think, as the mayor has said, this is what he's doing today is righting an unfairness that doesn't make any sense and doesn't follow the science that if you're from out of town, it's okay to play here without a vaccine, and it's okay if you're unvaccinated to play over there without a vaccine, but it's not okay if you're a hometown team to play here. It doesn't, I don't think it makes any sense or follows any particular science. As the mayor has said, my healthcare heroes did an amazing job through something that I hope we'll never again live through. And I think the mayor has been incredible about always listening to his health and science people.
Mr. Mayor, obviously people have been concerned about the subvariant of Omicron that has been gaining prevalence. Would you consider going back on this executive order if that becomes a concern? And then second, just mention the Yankees, are you going to be testing those players who are not vaccinated? And if so, how regularly?
Well, first, we have to pivot and shift with COVID. It's a formidable opponent. It changes, it pivots and shifts. We are not going to be stringent and rigid. Whatever I need to do to recover the city, protect the city, I'm going to do it. And so if we have to come back to this podium and do whatever needs to be done to make sure that we're safe, we're going to do that.
What about the
I think it's been true throughout the COVID pandemic that the Mets have followed Major League Baseball regulations, New York State regulations, and New York City regulations, and we will continue to do so. And to the extent that New York City or the state override Major League Baseball, we follow the city and the state. And that's been clear from the very beginning, and it will continue to be the case.
We just concluded a basic agreement. In the basic agreement, there are privacy concerns that are listed. There are also HIPAA concerns under the law. So it's in the basic agreement. If players want to discuss, and then I just told you few. That's what I said to you. You're going to have to live with few. So, and I can't give you individuals because that's what the basic agreement says. You're a pretty smart guy. Figure out what the scope is for few.
Mr. Mayor, could you tell me who lobbied you on this issue? Were you lobbied by Mr. Levine and others? And who in your administration was also contacted by professional lobbyists?
I was not lobbied. I was speaking with both the teams in the city, as I do as the mayor all the time on the different issues. I heard all sides, and then I made the final determination. So this is not based on a lobbying coming in. People have been speaking to us throughout this entire process. We've made our decisions based on my morning briefings with our team, my medical team, and we made our decisions based on that. Outside noise is not going to interfere or intercede in what we're doing. I mean, it's clear. Look, no distractions. I have a team. That team gives me the advice I need, but the ultimate decision I'm going to make. So this is not about lobbyists. This is about making the right decision for the city.
The decision just seems slightly abrupt because it was just a week ago that you told Kyrie Irving that he wanted to play, he needed to get vaccinated. So it does seem like a very quick evolution. You were very clear that Mr. Irving needed to get vaccinated.
Okay, then I'm not quite sure if you heard me today. Kyrie, you should get vaccinated. Nothing has changed. Get vaccinated. I still feel get vaccinated. So that has not changed on my feeling that everyone should get vaccinated and boosted. That is where I am.
Mr. Mayor, what's your message overall to the athletes in New York if they are unvaccinated? Did they win here? Did they win? By being unvaccinated and enduring this stretch?
No, we're not looking for winners and losers. We're looking to have our city recover. And so, no, I do not believe that. I will continue to say get vaccinated so you don't expose your family, you don't expose your team members, and you don't expose other New Yorkers. So I don't think that there's a win here. We're making a smart decision for the city of New York.
We're going to take one last question right here. Mayor, you say thank you to the ones who helped the city through the COVID, but that doesn't help when you're going to pay your mortgage if you lost your job. That's not discrimination just because you are not a famous player or somebody famous in Broadway or something like that. What do you say to them?
Again, when you look at New Yorkers, they responded. And I think that if we ignore the overwhelming number of New Yorkers that sheltered in place when we asked them, that did social distancing, that wore their mask, that understood that they had to get vaccinated and boosted, then we're missing the point. New Yorkers stepped up during the most difficult time that I know in my modern time of life. New Yorkers stepped up. And I say to them, thank you for stepping up. And we have a tough road ahead of us, a tough road. And it's going to call on us to step up even more. And so the message I'm saying today to New Yorkers, thank you. And we're now going to continue to evolve to turn our city around. We have to get our city back.
Mr. Mayor, are you bringing back the Jets to Shea Stadium?
Are we coming back for off topic?
That's what you want to know. Are you bringing the Jets back to Shea Stadium?
Here we did want to also let our viewers know we do have Mark Savchuk. He is standing by, ready to speak with us. He's been the journalist in Ukraine who we've been speaking with from time to time, and he is here with us. I want to just bring him in since we do have that opportunity. And Mark, I know that you got a fresh haircut. You're ready to give us some more updates. And what has the last few days been like? I know we last checked in with you, but it has now been 1 month since this invasion had happened. What's been the latest happening for you?
Easy. Well, actually, Kiev is getting very close to being normal. Lots of like small shops are opening up. More people are going out, and actually, the city has removed a couple of block posts inside the city so that the cars could go through easier. So it's definitely doesn't look like Kiev is going to get surrounded, you know, because it's really getting closer and closer every day to a normal life. Obviously, we have shelling every day, unfortunately. Unfortunately, people get injured every day, but our military around the city has been quite successful at pushing them back. They have launched a counterattack on Ukrainian forces. I mean, have launched a counterattack on the western part of the city, trying to cut off the Russian troops of their supply line. And in the east part of Kiev, they have actually managed to push them back several dozen kilometers away from the city. So in this like past week, basically what happened is that not only we have stopped their advance, we are slowly trying to get our ground back. And actually, one of your senior officials in defense has stated that according to their intelligence, Ukrainian forces are able and willing, that's a quote, to counterattack and seize their territory back. So, and that's exactly what was happening in the last week. We have also launched counterattacks in the south, near the city of Nikolaev, and they have been also successful. Our forces are launching counterattacks on the supply lines. Basically, the main idea is that because they're so stretched, we're trying to cut off their supply lines, destroy their fuel, destroy their food, destroy their ammo depots, so that they literally have nothing to go to war with. And because their forces are numerous, supplies are extremely important. Right now, in front of us, you show the attack on the big vessel, Navy vessel in Berdyansk, that's also in the southern part of Ukraine. We have managed to destroy a big naval ship. It's used for transporting troops, and it has been completely destroyed, which is like great news. And actually, from what we saw from the footage, it doesn't look like it was a missile strike. It does look like either a spy has put a bomb in there or something, because if you look closely at the footage, there are no rockets hitting the ship. So it was a couple of explosions that happened inside the ship. So we don't know what exactly happened, but we clearly see the effects of it. A huge ship is being sunk today, which is great news because Berdyansk is an occupied city, and clearly they don't feel safe anywhere right now, which is great. And another thing I'd like to add is that, as you know, Ukraine has been mobilizing their troops from day one of the war. And right now, we have basically finishing up preparing those troops to be combat ready. So there's like tens of thousands of troops are about to join the fight, which will obviously turn the tide of war. So we will see more and more counterattacks from Ukrainian forces in the near future, and they have already been successful, and I'm sure they will continue to be successful.
And Mark, I'm glad to hear that, it seems like some things are starting to turn around a little bit as far as morale goes. Now that you guys have been dealing with this attack for a month, what is it like among all of the Ukrainian people who have stayed behind? Because I know that there's been some videos that have come out that have just shown areas that have been devastated and almost just completely gone, while other areas, it looks like, as you mentioned, Ukrainian forces have been successful.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have to address not only our successes, but also our failures or places where we haven't been able to succeed due to various reasons. So let's talk about those as well. And let's talk about the morale. So the morale of the people and the troops have always been high, even since from day one. Because we understand that we fight for the right cause, we fight for independence, we fight for our future, we fight for our country. So the morale hasn't been, bad. It has always been high. And actually, there's like an incredibly famous post on Facebook from one of the soldiers in Ukrainian army, and he literally says that despite the chaos of war, all the soldiers in Ukrainian army are completely united around one idea: to kill the enemy. They're so united that it's sort of like it's difficult to explain in words, but basically his post is talking about people self-organizing, even without words, so to speak, because all of them want one thing: to kill the Russian soldiers that came here. So that's answering the question about the morale. Morale is very high. We know what we're doing. We know that we're succeeding. We will keep on pushing until we're completely fend off the attackers till they leave our country. Now, talking about the points of the theater of war where we haven't been able to show much success, which is Mariupol, obviously. Russia has launched an insane amount of troops around the city, trying to capture it, trying to kill as many people as possible. And I think you've seen footage from the drone of Mariupol, and this city has been completely shelled off. Like it really you can see the resemblance of what happened in Syria and what is happening right now in Mariupol. I can't really tell you much about how things are going to go, because I'm not a military person. I'm not a military spokesperson. I don't know the plans of our military command. I just can tell you that they are incredibly qualified people and they know what they're doing. So in 3 weeks' time, as you know, Russia thought they will capture the capital in 3 days. So not only they haven't been able to do so at all, we are pushing them back now. So they're incredibly qualified. And unfortunately, I can't tell you their plans because I don't know, but I know for sure that once they will have the opportunity to go and rescue Mariupol, they will do it. That I can tell you. When this will happen exactly, I have no idea, unfortunately. So obviously their resources are limited, and they have to prioritize goals and prioritize, what they can do, what they can achieve right now. And I'm sure, that's what they will do. So as soon as they will have the opportunity to rescue Mariupol, they will do so.
Yeah, because some of the stories that you've been hearing from some of the people who had gotten kind of stuck in the city have been kind of heartbreaking to hear. I know that unfortunately there's been so many deaths that have also been reported from those airstrikes. But as you've pointed out before, that's really the only way that the Russian army has been successful so far, has been doing these airstrikes, and it's been on to some of those places where civilians have been taking cover.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's actually quite simple. They understand that they have failed in their military operation. They know that by now. It's obvious to everyone that not only they have failed to secure any of the primary goals, they know that they will lose the war. Because they see that as time goes by, we're getting stronger and stronger because we're mobilizing more and more people. And on their hand, their losses are mounting up. their problems with the morale is mounting up, and the problems with the logistics are mounting up. So they're, here we go, the scenes from Mariupol, it's horrible. So they know that the longer the war goes, the more problems they will have, the more sanctions will take toll on their economy, the more problems they will have with the morale of their army, and eventually, we will start pushing them back. We're already starting to push them back. So their shelling of civilians and the shelling of the residential areas, they're simply, that's their terror strategy, to spread as much terror as possible, because they think that this will undermine our morale. But actually, in fact, what it's doing is our soldiers get more and more angry and more frustrated. So they're actually getting more and more eager to fight and kill as many Russian troops as possible, because they see these images, they feel the pain of the people, and they want to finish this as soon as possible. And that's actually one of the things that the Facebook post of my friend in the army was talking about, is that these people are completely united around this goal to, basically to kill as many Russians as possible, to end this as quickly as possible.
It almost is that opposite effect of what President Putin was probably hoping for. It's bringing your people more together, making them more organized, making that fire a little bit even stronger when it comes to fighting back. I don't know if you've had the opportunity, Mark, but today we've had a lot of our EU leaders as well as NATO allies who have been coming together. They've been talking about where do we go from here? How do we continue to lend our support to Ukraine in a way that also, there's been some people who've been hesitant to put more boots on the ground for you guys. So what is needed right now from those NATO leaders as they're meeting together to talk about consequences as well as actions?
That's one very important point we should stress. We don't need boots on the ground. We don't need American military or NATO military in Ukraine. Obviously, some people will say that this is the right thing to do. My point is that when the country is fighting for its independence, it should do it on its own, right? So what we need is just support. So basically, exactly what NATO and US and Western allies have been doing so far. They have been supplying weapons and they have been supplying resources so that we could mobilize the troops. Now, I should modify my position here to explain what was happening before the NATO summit and where do we go from here. So what was happening before is that NATO and Western allies have been helping existing Ukrainian military to fend off Russian attacks, which means supplying the anti-tank weapons and Stinger missiles against helicopters and aircrafts. So that's point number one. They have done that. Well done. We have been able to stop the Russian aggression, to stop the Russian advance with those weapons. Now, we then transition to a point where Russians understand that they can't push on the ground further. They're using their aircrafts to bomb residential areas. So our needs switch a little bit to anti-aircraft missiles. And that's exactly what we have been asking. And that's exactly what President Biden and NATO agreed to help us with. They're sending anti-aircraft systems of Soviet era, but that's actually a good thing because this is exactly what we are using right now. It means that the people in our military, they are accustomed to these weapons. They know how they work already, so they can basically use it straight away once it arrives in the country. So again, NATO and US has done exactly what we have asked for, to provide more anti-aircraft systems so that we could effectively close the sky. I'm not sure we will be able to do it on all Ukraine, but it will definitely help. What they have provided us definitely helps achieve that goal. Now, where do we go from here? As I told you, the weapons that have been provided so far are strengthening our existing army, but not the mobilized troops. The mobilized troops, there are like about 200,000 people. Unfortunately, our military sort of it's well equipped of the existing part of the army. So it's like about 250,000 people, so to speak. The people who have been mobilized right now, those extra 150,000, say, they don't really have that good of equipment. So in addition to actually shift the war, shift the tides of war, and actually not just stopping the Russian aggression, but actually attacking and pushing them away, we will need additional support, but in a bit different type. We will actually need some basic stuff like trucks, armored carriers, mortars, conventional weaponry, multiple rocket launch systems, stuff like that. Yes, it's additional help for sure, but by doing so, we'll be able to fend them away and basically win the war with this additional help. So I think this communication with Ukraine and Western allies will switch to helping with more conventional weapons, because we have to basically equip much more people, like hundreds of thousands of people. So I think this is where it will go. And from what I heard from President Biden and Boris Johnson and Chancellor of Germany, this is exactly what they're talking about right now. Now, this is when we're talking about the conversation between Ukraine and the West. There is, of course, another problem, potential problem here, is that Putin will use chemical or maybe nuclear weapons. Now, this is, of course, another matter entirely. I have no idea what the West is going to do if Putin decides to use chemical weapons. I think it will escalate the conflict, which is actually what we have been telling you and saying to the West from the beginning. There is no need to try to negotiate with Putin because he's mad. So what you need to do is to stop him right now. So if he does escalate the conflict, you need to respond. There is no way you should say, oh, it's getting too far, we need to seek for the diplomatic solution. It's not going to work like that, because it just pushes him to do more and more. What you actually need to do is pressure him even more. I don't know how exactly the West is going to do it. I'm not a military expert, but I'm sure the Biden's administration has already said that if they will use chemical weapons, the West will respond. It means that they will increase pressure on Russia even more. So from my point of view, again, I'm not a military expert, this will mean probably even harsher sanctions, which effectively will mean to close all business with Russia completely. Like any kind of business that is done with Russia has to be stopped, period. Anything has to be stopped. And maybe even using anti-aircraft, anti-air missiles over the area of Ukraine, so effectively like closing the sky. But again, I'm not a military expert. This is something for, for President Biden and his administration and NATO to decide.
Well, I'm glad you pointed out, though, Mark, just the importance of sometimes giving you guys the equipment that your people there already know how to use. And sometimes it does come down to the most basic items that will help you continue this fight on the ground. Lastly, I just want to touch on, since you have been speaking with us now for these past few weeks, we are 1 month in, you've been living in that bomb shelter. How about you? Because I know as a journalist, we do try to take ourselves out of these stories when we're talking about what's been happening. But how are you personally doing over these last few weeks in Ukraine, since you are right there in Kyiv, in the heart of where everything has been happening?
Again, I'm doing fine because Kiev is not that bad, seriously. So the fighting is happening around the city, not inside the city, not even on the borders of the city. So, and because I live, well, I wouldn't say it's a bunker, but it's like it's a shed, it's an underground apartment. It's minus level 1, so it means that I'm fairly safe. So even if the bomb will blow off somewhere in the next door, probably nothing's going to happen to me. So it gives me like pretty solid and pretty safe environment where I'm at. And because the fighting is shifting a little bit further from Kiev, shelling of Kiev is, it's more sporadic and chaotic. And even though it happens every day, even though the people get injured and sometimes, unfortunately, even die from these shellings. I would say that where I am is pretty safe. So, I'm fine. I'm trying to do my best to help the troops and to supply as much stuff as we possibly can. We have been able to buy some pretty good stuff, and it's being transported here right now. We have been able to secure some really good drones that are being transported right now here. That is really helpful for the guys on the front line to do some recon. With these drones, they can see in the dark. They give them some really top-notch intelligence of the troops of the enemy. So we're just doing our job. And that's actually how this war will be won. We will be able, everyone is trying to put their effort and help in the way they can. Literally, the whole country is doing this, and even lots of volunteers abroad. So because we are so united around our goal, I'm very sure we're going to succeed, because their army is demoralized. It's incredibly corrupt. Its logistics is completely in ruins. I see absolutely no way how they can win this. It's only in the brains of Putin he can, use either chemical weapons or even nuclear weapons. But to be honest, I don't really think about this, because if he does use nuclear weapons, that would basically mean the end of Russia. I'm not even sure that the military officers that will receive such an order will actually execute that order, because unlike Putin, they're not insane, probably, and they will understand what will happen to Russia immediately after they will use the nuclear weapons. So, to be honest, I don't really think about it. I'm just concentrated on this war that we have right now, and concentrated on helping our guys as much as possible, so that we can, finish this fight as quickly as possible. And looking at the counterattacks of the last few days, I would say that, we already shift into defending, into attacking. So this is it.
Well, we certainly appreciate everything you have been doing. I know you're very humble about the work you're doing, but also just even talking with different media personnel. We've seen you on a number of different channels, but also right here with us, checking in and making sure to share the stories, not only of the items still needed, the things that you guys are still striving to do, but also the success stories, hearing that you are able to hold off these Russian troops, push them back on that territory. We really appreciate it. And of course, we are going to continue to give you our support here. And now also you're seeing world leaders showing that support, united with those Ukrainian people who are standing so strong here today, just 1 month after this invasion. So thank you again, Mark. We appreciate your time joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And I can't wait to speak with you again here soon. And hopefully we have more success stories to share with our viewers.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for having me.
Hear from national security expert Hal Kempfer, who has been joining us here on Live Now from Fox ever since the war started now a month ago. Hal, thanks for being with us tonight, especially coming off of President Biden's meetings today at NATO in Brussels with other allied leaders. I want to just go over something the president said in his press conference today. He was asked a question about what NATO would do in response in the event Vladimir Putin used chemical weapons in Ukraine. And he said that they would respond in kind. What would that look like? He was very scant on details. But if that is a possibility and likelihood, how would NATO respond? What would they do?
Andrew, I heard the response today when he said we would respond in kind. I'm not quite clear what he means. We have forsaken the use of chemical weapons. First off, we got rid of our chemical weapons. We destroyed them back in the 90s. So obviously direct parity is not what he was referring to. What he's probably referring to is that we would up the ante on the amount of aid that would go to Ukraine, and maybe tighten the noose around Russia economically, and maybe in some other ways around the world to restrict their ability to do business and simply just to operate around the world. And there's a lot of things that we can do to just basically interfere with their ability to conduct business, both governmental and private. So that's all I can think of. You've heard me, we've talked about this when they talked about the $800 million. Zero behind that. There is so much that the Ukrainians need in terms of lethal aid. The missiles, impressive. The Javelin missiles do a lot. Stinger missiles do a lot. But frankly, they just need a lot more, because they really have to go in there and deal with this massive armored force that the Russians have arrayed. And that's what they have to deal with it. It would be great if we take some of those old Soviet weapons in the Eastern Bloc. And I think that's what Zelensky is referring to. Not just the MiG-29s, but there's a lot of ground equipment. There's older T-72 tanks. There's BMP armored personnel carriers. There's BTRs. There's just a lot of things that we could probably move from NATO country control and reflag those and have them roll across the border as part of the Ukrainian army. And that would give them a mechanized mobile force, so that when they go on these what they call counteroffensive operations to regain Ukrainian terrain, they have the armored vehicles that will assist them in being successful in regaining that terrain.
Hal, we've just been taking a look at some of the arrivals, the interactions with NATO leaders there in Brussels from today. For our viewers, though, Hal, kind of outline, give us a brief history, because Putin has used chemical agents, chemical weapons before. So, are NATO leaders under the impression that they can prevent him from doing that again? Are they being naive? Are they being clear-eyed about Putin's past use and possible future use of chemical agents?
Well, he's got a little bit of a history there, particularly with assassination, using Novichok, which is a nerve agent. He's used that in a number of places. Probably the most famous one was where he used it it actually did kill somebody, but it was an attempted assassination against a Soviet dissident. Well, actually, a former Soviet intelligence officer who had defected. So he was really a defector over in Great Britain. Prior to that, they had attacked another former Soviet law enforcement officer who had defected to Great Britain. And if you really want to go back in history, they've used the famous the Bulgarians with Russian or Soviet assistance used a little ricin tablet that they injected with a specially fitted umbrella. So they have that. But then you go down to Syria, where the Russians are working hand in glove with the Syrian government, and they're using sarin gas. They're using other agents, chemical agents down there. And then they also have a very close working relationship with North Korea. And of course, North Korea has also been using chemical agents, most famously to assassinate the half-brother of Kim Jong-un at the airport in Kuala Lumpur. So whereas they haven't, certainly in Syria, we saw mass attacks using chemical weapons. We have seen Russia, both directly and indirectly, using various types of chemical agents, some very sophisticated in specialized attacks around the world, which means that in terms of crossing that threshold of chemical weapons, what Putin sees is acceptable, what Russia, and by virtue of his perception, Russian policy sees as acceptable, is not that huge hurdle that we have. We see biological chemical weapons as something that we just absolutely will not use. We got rid of those weapons. We forsake it, as did other Western NATO countries. Got rid of those weapons years ago. But Russia still has a lot, and they don't have that reluctance that we have in the West to using them.
And how would Vladimir Putin use, if there were chemical weapons used in Ukraine, would he essentially use that as a pretext to kind of ramp up and escalate, atrocities and the war itself? Because I was reading that essentially he could use this as a rationale and say, look, Ukraine has chemical weapons, they've deployed them, and so we have to keep digging in, going in to root out weapons of mass destruction in Ukraine to protect Russians. Would that be a rationale? I know I just kind of spewed Russian propaganda there, but that's the mindset.
Well, you hit the nail on the head that if there's chemical weapons introduced, what we've seen is they want to do a false flag operation. They want to use chemical weapons and then blame it on the Ukrainians, which is not really that different from what Syria did under Assad in using chemical weapons in that conflict, where he would blame it on, pick an opponent of the Assad regime. He would always blame it on someone else. But we had absolutely, crystal clear intelligence that it was his forces doing it. And we have very good intelligence of what this would be as well. But he could use it as a pretext. The problem he's going to have is he can say what he wants to say. The question is, are the troops on the ground going to believe him? There's a more anecdotal information, and there was intercepts that came out today where there was some very inelegant language that was being used by Russians in the field to describe their chain of command. All right. Basically, the food that they get, it's not enough. A lot of it's spoiled. The tires are blowing out because nobody maintained the tires and they don't have enough spares. Trucks flying off, engines seizing, not being able to get gas, running out of ammo. Everything, and by the way, the communication situation is absolutely atrocious. That's why the Ukrainians are able to get all these great intercepts, is because the encrypted multi-channel system, which, by the way, was one of the big centerpiece issues of modernizing the Russian forces, appears to have completely shut down. And they were using easily jammed single-channel radios, which were also, easily intercepted. The encryption wasn't working, so they're talking on the open. Go beyond that, they were using their cell phones, their personal cell phones to communicate, and Ukraine just jammed the Russian area code, so that didn't work. So then they started picking up the Ukrainian cell phones and using them. That's a long way to saying that the Ukrainians have had some great intelligence, and a lot of it is insight into the morale, into the willingness, not just the will to fight, but the willingness to obey orders, and the trust and confidence that the troops have in their chain of command, which goes to, if he did this thing with chemical weapons, this false flag thing, would the troops on the ground actually follow those orders? Would they continue to commit atrocities? Could he actually trigger a further unraveling of unit cohesion across the entire front?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of questions on that.
Hal, we're taking a look right now at this Russian landing ship that was destroyed. This is at a southern Ukrainian port city of Berdyansk in Russian-occupied territory. That's quite something, and I was struck by this today. I just want to go over some of the statistics and official statements to your point that Russian forces are lagging, that there is a stalemate underway. The U.S. has assessed that up to 60% of a failure rate for some Russian missiles. We also learned from the Ukrainian presidential advisor, Alexei Arestovich, that the front line is practically frozen. The enemy in very many areas does not have the resources to continue the offensive. Western intelligence reports and analyses indicate that Russian forces remain stalled. The Pentagon previously said that Russia's combat power in Ukraine is now below 90% of its original force. This is now a month in. We talked, you and I, about the casualty figures. NATO somewhat confirmed just yesterday. This has been a stunning, I think, embarrassment on the part of the Russian forces, and they have laid siege to so many cities. But where do you see this going in another month?
I see basically the slow disintegration. And I may be wrong. It may be a faster disintegration. I've seen it where units literally just fall apart under combat. But the disintegration of some of these units on the front lines in there, if I could reference that attack on the port, those were using old Russian weapons, Soviet weapons. They have, it's not quite clear. Before the war, I think in total, the Ukrainians had reportedly about 500 anti-ship missiles of various types. The particular missile that was used to take out that landing ship tank, that LST, Alligator class, which for reference, those are the ships, if you ever saw like pictures from Normandy or some of the World War II, the larger ships that would literally roll right up on the beach and then drop the ramp, and then a whole bunch of tanks and vehicles would come pouring out, or troops would come pouring out. That's what one of those amphibious ships is. That ship was hit with an older missile, not quite as accurate. They had hit that, and keep in mind, this is a Russian-controlled port. All right, so they used that missile to hit that. To hit that thing, you had to have some eyes on target, so to speak, which meant that they had infiltrated in there. They not only hit the LST, but as you can see from that fire, that is not the paint burning on the metal. All right, that is, they hit that thing, and it's pretty clear that there was something on board, like ammunition and maybe vehicles or something. So they probably have pretty good intelligence that it was ready for deployment, that was ready for movement of arms and probably ordnance. And so that's one of the reasons that when you saw it hit, you saw those two other ships basically, flank speed getting out of the port, as fast as they could. And they probably were afraid that could cause a larger catastrophic event because of ordnance on board that could suddenly, detonate and impact their ships. As it was, the Russians kind of knew something was coming, because my understanding is that they fired another missile and hit that pier earlier. And the Russians reportedly thought that was kind of humorous that the Ukrainians had tried to hit them. I don't think they're laughing anymore based on what we're seeing here. But you see that ship getting out of there very quickly.
Yeah.
They know exactly what's going on, which is they need to get out of that area right now, because that could get much worse. And we're not just talking about a fire on a ship. We're probably talking, see what's just happening there with those explosions?
Right.
Yeah, that's almost assuredly ordnance aboard the ship that is going up. And so that ship's a complete loss. Yeah. And I think there was another ship next to it, which may be a partial loss. And there's only so many ships that the Russians have in the Black Sea, and they can't bring any more because of what the Turks are doing, blocking off the Bosphorus.
Right.
So they've got a big problem. So that's the naval side, and the naval side was actually working better than any of the ground side going on, and that's down the south, which was working far better than anything militarily going on in the north. So it gives you an idea of just what a mess that they're in. And by the way, we were talking about this, I think a couple weeks ago. We were talking about, are we hitting the cusp where they can't do offensive operations? And I think based on what we're hearing now, they have, that pendulum is tipped to the other side.
Yeah.
They're stuck. They're in the defense.
Hal, I also want to talk about the fact that, and you and I had spoken about this tactic, especially in Mariupol, of essentially evacuating civilians, but evacuating them forcefully to Russia. Ukrainian government spokesman said today 6,000 Ukrainian citizens are being held hostage in camps inside of Russia. Now, do you think they will be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations and talks to bring this to an end or some type of ceasefire? What is the Russian playbook there of forcefully evacuating citizens into Russia?
The Russian playbook for forceful evacuation is pretty long.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what Stalin did his entire tenure, was forcibly resettle populations. If you look at Ukraine itself, part of what Russia did, first they starved millions of the population and killed them outright. And then they moved in a lot of ethnic Russians, and that's why you have the eastern half of the country has such a dominant use of Russian language, and there's a lot of ethnic Russians there, and there's so many ties back to Russia. That really goes back to that forced resettlement, that forced movement, if you will, of Russians into Ukraine, and the correlating movement of ethnic Ukrainians to Russia to create, the new Soviet man, the new Soviet woman concept that was under the Soviet Union, particularly under Stalin, where they're trying to basically neutralize nationalities to create this new Soviet concept of a Soviet citizen. Well, it's created kind of a hodgepodge mess on the ground in terms of these republics. Now, the 6,000 were forcibly taken, as near as we know, and they will probably, I can't tell you for sure, but they will probably use as a bargaining chip. Overall, there's a report out that 400,000 Ukrainians have been moved to Russia. That's a much larger number. But with that, it's not quite clear if, you got to remember, it's a country of over 41 million. A lot of them may have been ethnic Russians that when the war broke out, they simply went to Russia to co-locate with family in Russia. So it's not clear that 400,000 number would be a forcible resettlement. But you're talking about a country that has no problems using weapons of mass destruction like chemical weapons, threatening to use nuclear weapons. I think if you're in that mindset that, forcibly taking, thousands of Ukrainians and then using them as some sort of hostage, if you will, to bargain with the, President Zelensky's government, would definitely be in the wheelhouse of what Putin might consider.
Hal, also some news President Biden made today as well, committing 100,000 refugees, letting them into the United States, kind of broadening and sharing the burden of other European countries when it comes to refugees, also donating $1 billion to help Europe as well, who are taking in those refugees, and raising the possibility of Russia's removal from the G20, the group of 20 developed nations. And so that was all news that was made in this press conference today, one of which I was struck by the fact, and I just have to address it, because at the end of President Biden's press conference, a reporter asked him about sanctions, and President Biden kind of went on this very lengthy diatribe about how sanctions never deter. They cannot deter action. But that was not what the White House was saying in the 2 to 3 months in the run-up to this invasion. They were saying that sanctions are the only way to get Putin to deter, to not do this. So I was struck by the fact that President Biden said that today. What does that tell us? Is that maybe a tacit admission on the administration's part that the sanctions are not working, or they were not put in place soon enough?
I think that's, I'm not quite sure what the president was thinking when he said that. That shows when in strategic, in the area of what we call strategic communications, we talk about the importance of coordinating the message, making sure that everybody's saying the same thing. Now, he's the president of the United States, and by virtue of being the president of the United States, you pretty much get the last word on whatever you want to say. But I have a feeling that when he was saying that, and around Washington, D.C., you could hear hands slapping foreheads in various different locations simultaneously, because that had been the message, was that the sanctions do have deterrence values. I saw a clip today of the vice president actually going on and on talking about this. This is well before things that well before this, talking specifically that the sanctions are for deterrence. That's what they're all about.
Right.
And that's just, I mean, there's a certain cognitive dissonance when you listen to all these different things and you compare them side by side. By the way, this is the world of video. This is the information age. If you said it a month ago, it's not like the 19th century and it disappeared from people's memory.
Right.
It's all captured. We have it. We can run these things side by side when people say this stuff. So I think there's going to need to be a clarification by the president at some point, because his entire administration basically was saying sanctions are for deterrence.
Right.
All right. And then he said this today. I kind of understand what he's saying, because sanctions are not just for deterrence. It's also to punish them and make them fully realize the consequences of what they've done.
Right, and they're issuing even more while he is in Europe meeting with NATO leaders. So I was really kind of caught off guard by that, because you and I had been speaking about that in the months prior to the invasion, about the deterrence of sanctions, and so we'll see what comes of that, see if the White House maybe does cleanup on that. We'll be on the lookout for that. A couple more things, Hal. I know I'm keeping you a little long, but
that's fine.
Volodymyr Zelensky spoke virtually to the NATO leaders today. There's been some reports and some concerns that U.S. officials, European officials will possibly strong-arm Zelensky into agreeing to some type of concession in order to stop the hostilities, essentially saying, like, you should do this, cede the eastern regions, Crimea, what have you, so the fighting stops. Not that it's up to U.S. or European allies to do that, but do you think they will kind of put him in a box and make him have to decide?
I heard some language today, and there was the end of one of the press discussions. There was some throwaway language, which almost made it sound like the NATO countries were okay with Zelensky ceding some eastern territory to Russia in order to get a ceasefire and maybe some sort of armistice type agreement with the Russians in order to get them to disengage. I find that language very disturbing. The policy is that Russia, this is the stated policy, is that Russia is supposed to disengage its forces from Ukraine. That includes the Donbass region, and Crimea is still very much in there. You can't forget all the things we did in 2014 when Russia, basically annexed Crimea, and then of course Russian separatists took that area in Donbass. I think we made it pretty clear what our policy was, and that was on an international setting. We were very clear on what our policy was. So at this point, to reward Russia for what it just did doesn't really set well. Now, with that said, I think everyone recognizes the horrific humanitarian crisis, the devastation, the suffering, not to mention the death that's going on every single day, every minute, every second in Ukraine, and nobody wants to extend that, 1 minute, 1 second longer than they absolutely have to. So they're all looking for solutions to try and get out of this thing, to end this thing faster. They're trying to figure out Putin's mindset, give him some sort of way that he can, claim whatever Pyrrhic victory he wants to claim, so he can disengage his forces. But I just found that very disturbing today, that they were floating this stuff around. And my personal feeling is, from the NATO meeting, it should have been completely unambiguous what our position is. And that position should have maintained consistency with what our position was going into this thing. And so I was a little disappointed to hear some of that language that wasn't quite as firm as I would have liked.
Yeah, just lastly, Hal, and thank you for being with us. I'll be kind of watching out if there is the use of some type of chemical agent in the near term over the weekend into next week. I guess leaving this conversation, I will be somewhat concerned or kind of dumbfounded on, what can the United States, what can Europe do if we do follow President Biden's track today by saying that they will respond in kind. I'm not entirely sure what that looks like. And so we'll just have to be watching for that, and it remains to be seen. But chemical weapons are so devastating, they're so serious, and we definitely hope it doesn't come to that. I mean, what does your gut tell you? You have a lot of experience into this.
Well, first, my experience is this. I have fought in a chemical environment. All right. I got hit by chemical weapons. My unit got hit by chemical weapons. I know just what that's all about. All right. At the time, they were saying, well, we're not quite sure. Years later, it was like, yeah, we're sure. That's exactly what happened to you. And it's a very tough environment to operate in. And that's for military forces. It's an impossible environment for civilians to operate in, particularly in what we see in Ukraine. So I recognize just how horrific something like that would be. The second thing is, after 9/11, and even before 9/11, I was involved in the program, Department of Defense, military, working with coalition allies. In the Middle East, I was the director of intelligence of a coalition joint task force where we had NATO allies that were with us, Germans, Czechs, and after I left, the Poles were there, who were focused on chemical, dealing with managing the consequences of a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear strike, and helping our allies. So it's not that my area of responsibility at that time was not Ukraine. It was very close to Ukraine, and as an senior intelligence officer, that whole area was within my area of interest, shall we say. So we're looking very closely at it, and I recognize what a problem set this would be to help the Ukrainians with this situation, should Russia decide to do it. And it's going to be problematic. And frankly, I don't know how we render that kind of aid without introducing NATO forces into Ukraine. I just don't know how we do that. And that, of course, to do that, even for humanitarian reasons, within Putin's mindset would be an immediate escalation. Because at that point, he would see, even if all we were doing was rescuing people, doing decontamination, things along, rendering medical aid, things like that, there's just no way to get around it.
Right.
They would be forces, uniformed forces, even if they were civilian uniformed forces from NATO countries. And I'm sure that he would see that as an immediate escalation. And he'd probably try to target whatever went in there.
Yeah, 100,000 U.S. troops now in Europe. NATO's chief Stoltenberg said that the alliance would double the number of battle groups in its eastern flank, deploying 4 new battle groups in both Bulgaria and Hungary and Romania and Slovakia. So a buildup there on the eastern flank. And now we are 1 month in to Putin's war in Ukraine. And the fighting isn't stopped, but the Ukrainian resistance is still very strong. Hal Kempfer, thank you so much for that conversation.
Andrew, thank you.
New groundbreaking initiative between the European Union and the United States. First, we're coming together to reduce Europe's dependence on Russian energy. Putin has issued Russia's energy resources to coerce and manipulate its neighbors. That's how he's used it. He's used the profits to drive his war machine. And that's why earlier this month I announced the United States would ban all imports of Russian energy to make it clear that the American people would not be part of subsidizing Putin's brutal, unjustified war against the people of Ukraine. At the time, I noted that we were able to take this steps when others could not because the United States is a net exporter of energy with a strong domestic industry. And the United States welcomed the European Union's powerful statement earlier this month, committing to rapidly reduce its dependence on Russian gas. Today, we've agreed on a joint game plan toward that goal, while accelerating our progress toward a secure, clean energy future. This initiative focuses on two core issues. One, helping Europe reduce its dependency on Russian gas as quickly as possible. And secondly, reducing Europe's demand for gas overall. To address the first point, the United States, together with our international partners, we're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030. To accomplish this, the European Commission is going to work with the member states to store gas across the continent, to build more infrastructure to receive LNG, and to take steps to increase the efficiency of gas. This build-out will occur in a way that is consistent with, not in conflict with, the net zero climate goal that we're